have like BSc, like somebody who, the one I saw recently, somebody has Bachelor of Science, University of Ilorin. Yes, Bachelor of Science, but what did you study? It's not in this person's CV. So there are things that you need to be clear about. Yes, I know that you have a degree, but what did you study? What you studied is very important because that tells me what your background is. I can begin to guess the kind of knowledge that you have. Remember that as at the time that the recruiter have your CV, they are still thinking about whether they should shortlist you, whether they should invite you. So you should give them enough information to make that decision. That's why you need to put, okay, BSc accounting. Now, whether you have a second class, first class, is really not, it's yours to put or not to put, really. That information is optional, except if the job advert says that they want people who did 2-1 or 2-2, then you might need to put it. But if it is not requested, saying BSc accounting is fine, except you want. So it's totally optional for whether you want to put that you have second class or first class or third class. It's optional. It's open to you. Now for O level, that's for your WAEC or NECO. You really don't need to list out your subjects the way it is on the screen. So we just need to know that you have WAEC or you have NECO, and this is the year it is written. So if it's 2015, 2004, like you have on the screen, you just indicate. You don't really need to add, except you have space, because really, remember that we are talking about having a document that is 1 page or at most 2 pages. So some information that are optional, you need to remove them so that you have space to put things that are relevant to what you're looking for. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. The next slide is talking about your experience. So your work experience is very important because this tells me, as a recruiter, what you have done before tells me what you can do now. So that's why experience is, it is the most important part of your CV when you have experience. Now, when you have 0 to 2 years experience, the most important part should be your background. That's what you studied, because you may not have experience. But as your experience grows, the most important part of your CV becomes your experience, because your experience, what you have done, tells me what you can do. Okay, so your work experience is a vital part, and it should show the name of the organization, a brief of what they do. This is optional, but how long you worked there and the key achievement is very important. And then you put it in reverse chronological order. That's the most recent one or the current one is what you put first. So if you're working somewhere, for instance, you're still working somewhere and you started that work in April, so you put April 2022 to date. And then the last one you did before this current one you're doing is what you put next. Then the last one before that is what you put next. So you don't, if you started working in 2020, you don't put that one first. No, it's the current one or the last one that you put first. So it goes in reverse order. That's how you put your experience. So if it's somewhere that you did not really do a lot, you can also put your responsibilities, because your responsibilities tells me what that role is for. So you put your responsibilities and then you put what you achieved, and everything should be straight to the point. No too much grammar, and then it should be in bullet points, just like what you have on the screen has points, so that it will be easy to read. Remember that the idea is to, show in a shortest possible time that you have enough skills for whatever it is that the recruiter is looking for. So achievement show your productivity, what you have done there, maybe if you were given an award, or sometimes your achievement may not really be an award, but what did you do while you were there? And then you can use the CAR format to, list this out. So the context that describe the work environment, the action speaks about what you did, and then the results, that's the R. So let's say, for instance, let's say that the last experience you have is youth service, and during your youth service you were teaching. Let's say you were teaching, let's say biology, for instance, and you want to list that under the experience you have in youth service. So what do? when you are, the context is that you were teaching biology, really. How many people were you teaching biology? What number of students were you teaching biology? So let's say you taught biology to 300 students in 4 classes, for instance. So that is a line item. Now, what were you doing? You were preparing notes. You were giving tests. You were giving tests. You were grading tests. You were preparing notes, tests, exams, and you were also grading. All these things I'm calling out are things that you can list out under. So, but because even though you were just teaching biology, but if you don't know how to show that, I won't know what you have done. And then what was the result of that that experience teaching biology in a secondary school? So maybe previously they didn't have a biology teacher. You can list that now 300 students have the knowledge of this subject. Okay, maybe in the previous exam you did 3 terms, and in the first term the pass rate was maybe 30%, and in the second term, because you were diligent copper, and the pass rate increased to 50%, and then in the third term before you left, and the pass rate was maybe 65%. That is an achievement. It shows a gradual progression of how you were able to pass knowledge across, and these students began to improve in their knowledge of biology. This is an achievement that you can put in your CV, and that is a result. So what the context is that, okay, you were taking maybe GSS. Okay, no, biology is senior class. Okay, so you were taking SS1 and SS2. So you were taking 4 classes, and these 4 classes had 300 students cumulative. Now the action is that, I'm trying to repeat what I said. The action is that you were preparing notes, you were preparing tests, you were grading them, you did exam for them. And then what was the result you got is that there was a pass rate in biology from first term to third term from 30% to 65% pass rate. So that is an achievement I would like to see. But I know that many people, they really do not consider their teaching in NYC. Many people feel that is not an experience. But if you present this well, that could be what will get you your next job, really. Because in terms of experience is something that if you show it very well, it tells me, both your technical skills and your soft skills. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, so skills are competencies that the individual you have acquired from your experience, and this could be soft skills or hard skills. So, and then hobbies, even though hobbies and interests can be in your, they are optional, but they also tell me a lot about you, or an additional information about you. And then also awards. The thing is, when you submit your CV, you really don't know what to catch the recruiter's attention. That's why you need to be careful with every section of your CV, really, because the person may be interested that your hobby is that you play football, for instance. Some people's hobby is that they watch football. Another person's hobby is that he plays football. So maybe this person's interest is the fact that you play, not only watch, but play. That is just an example. Now, let me give you an example of what your interests can tell us about you. Football is a team sport. Anybody who plays football understands teamwork. So they can be a good team member. That's an assumption. Because remember that at the point of when I'm seeing your CV, before I get to interact with you, everything is an assumption. It's about the impression I get from your CV. So I'm getting the impression that you understand teamwork, and teamwork is very big in the work environment. Now, let's say you play chess, for instance. What does that tell me? That this person is very strategic. This person is a deep thinker. And then this person understands, as in, this person can be under pressure. That is just because you say you like to play chess. So you can see that even your hobbies and interests, I can get information from there that you might not even know that you have given me. That's why you have to. No, I did not say you should go and put chess now if you don't play chess, because if you play chess, or let's say you don't play chess, you just put it there to impress a recruiter, the recruiter might not even notice it. That was one. Now, the recruiter might also notice it and take interest in it. And maybe the person is also a chess player and then want to really speak to you on that. And then you'll not be able to, you know. So for everything in your CV, you have to be as truthful as possible because the question can come from anywhere. Okay, so even awards, awards can be awards given in the university, at the place of work, even in secondary school. If you have received any awards, you can list them. However, what happens is that as you gain work experience, there are things you start removing from your CV. For instance, if you have 5 years work experience, then you don't need to include an award that you got in secondary school because that would be like more than 8 years ago. 5 years plus your university time, that's a long time ago. So as you progress, then you start removing some things from your CV. But there will be a point in your career where even when you only put your NYSC and mention that you taught in this school, you don't really need to put all those explanation I gave initially. But at 0 to 2 years of experience, you need to show because I need to also know what you have done. But as you progress and have more work experience, some of those information may not be too relevant again because the work experience you have acquired will now overshadow them and then you don't really need to put them anymore. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. The next slide is talking about is a CV, is a sample CV. Okay, so I don't know if you can see it very well. I hope so. Okay, so you can see this CV, the contact information is there, the person's name is there, the education is there. The person puts their GPA. This is optional. If you have space, that's fine. Okay, and then the person also puts the year of graduation, professional experience. You can see the name of the company where the person works, the location of the company, their position in that company. So and then you can see what they did under the relationship manager, which is his job title at the time. So this is how your CV does not need to follow this format in terms of how it looks. There are different CV formats, but in terms of the content, your CV must have the right content. So you can see the experience that the person have, and then you can see leadership experience afterwards. And the person is saying that Unilag Economic Society. So you can see it, and then person listed his skills. Okay, he's a lady, her skills and her hobbies. Okay, so all these different contact information, education, professional experience, leadership experience and awards, skills, then hobbies and interests has to be in your CV. Now, if you don't have awards, you can put your leadership experience. If you don't have leadership experience, you can put something you did like extracurricular activity. Okay, maybe you volunteered during election for INEC, maybe you volunteered for an NGO somewhere, then you need to put that under your you can title it volunteer experience or volunteer work or something. So all those experience, because when you volunteer and do something for free, it tells me a lot, not just about the fact that you get the experience that you have gotten from there, but also tells me that you understand commitment. And commitment is something we need in the workplace. So everything is about what does this tell me about what impression am I getting looking at this CV? Remember that at the point where I have your CV, I haven't invited you. So I need enough, information about you to decide whether I should invite you for an interview. So even before you come for an interview, your CV need to market you. So your CV is like your marketing tool. If it doesn't market you well, you might not even get that opportunity for that interview so that you can now come and, verbally say what and what you can do and answer other questions. So I see a lot of CVs that the CV does not really it doesn't show, say, as in there are CVs that you see, you feel that this person's CV is below the person's presentation or professional look. So in other words, the person's CV is below them. So the CV is not marketing them well. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So you talk about the appearance of your CV. I already mentioned spelling errors. When you finish writing your CV, get people to look at it. Even the CV that you did last week, when you come this week, look at it again, because you're looking at it today with a new eye. Get other people to, proofread what you have done. I see a lot of people use professional CV writers to write CVs. There's nothing wrong with that. However, the issue is that you know what we say in everyday language, what I ordered versus what I got. The problem is that people have beautiful CVs, professional looking CVs that now overstate them. So many times recently, I have seen a lot of beautiful CVs. People like, oh wow, this looks good, and then you invite the person, and then the person does not look like their CV at all. So make sure that your CV does not say more than you can do. Your CV does not like say things that you don't have. So even though you want to look good, you don't want to, the CV to say you're an expert when you're still a beginner. That is very important. So in terms of appearance, it has to be clearly and carefully laid out. It shouldn't be too cramped. It should be reader friendly. Like, it should be easy to read. It should be easy to read. And then there are sections where you need to make bold. For instance, your name on the CV. If I see your CV, I should not be looking for your name at all. If I see your CV and I'm looking for where you wrote your name, that means that CV is not well written. Your name should be the biggest font size on your CV. It should be in bold, and then it should be in a bigger font size than the rest of the things on your CV. So you should use a font size that is easy to read. Now, your CV is not a place for you to come and show graphics or your color, your creativity in color, except if that CV is maybe for design, for a design role, then you're showing your design on your CV. But if your CV is for everyday application, then just limit your CV to black and white. If you want to add colors, add dark colors like navy blue. Something that does not distract. Remember that the main thing is that you want to get the recruiter's attention, so they will call you for an interview, so they will offer you a job. Your intention is not to distract. Your intention is for you to impress the person with what you have in your CV, not to distract them. So it should be concise. There should not be plenty things. It should be in bullet points. As in, you should not write it like newspaper. You know the way they write prose, and you don't know where the first sentence or the second sentence is. It should be in bullet point. Point one, you choose your bullet point. Point two, like that. So everything, so that it's easy to read. And then you should put your positive points, your achievements. Don't lie about your age. These days, nobody even wants you to put age. Don't put your age. There's no need for you to put your age, and then the age you put there is not even your age, your correct age. Then you'll be shooting yourself in the foot. So, for instance, if it is like some adverts require age, then if it is required in that advert, you can put your age in your CV. Now, everything I'm saying about what you can put or not put should tell you that you should not have one CV that you send to 1 million people. You should be able to edit your CV. For instance, you have the standard CV, the one that doesn't have all the biodata, age, state of origin, and all. Now, if a particular job advert now requires you to add age or require you to add, maybe they want to know how many languages you can speak, for instance, then you can now include them. But really, if it's not there, if it's just generic, then you don't really need to tell them that you can speak Yoruba or French or. And then I see a lot of people put languages spoken. They will put maybe Yoruba and English, Hausa and English. Now, in Nigeria of today, the default setting is that everybody speaks English and one other language. So somebody speaks one language of maybe where they are residing or the language of their origin, of their ethnic group. Now, so if you want to put language and you have just English and one other Nigerian language, then there's really no need to put it. There's nothing spectacular in that. But let's take, for instance, you speak 3 languages, 4 languages, then it becomes a special skill for you to note in your CV. Let's say you speak Hausa, you speak Yoruba, you speak English, and you speak French. Then it's fine if you want to note it down that you can speak 4 languages. But if you speak just 2, which is English and one other Nigerian language, there is really no need to put that because that is what majority of Nigerians do. Most of us speak in Nigerian language and English. So there's really no need to highlight it specially in your CV. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, so the do's and don'ts of CV writing. So consistency in your format. Now we're talking about the do's. What you should do. So you should use the same font and the same font size. So apart from your name, every other thing should be the same font size. Apart from your name can be bigger. Every other thing should be the same font size and then the same font type. Now, I see a lot of CVs where, let's say, it's okay that maybe you copied something that is, that resonates with you. Maybe you saw the way they captured the thing somewhere, you copied it and put in your CV. That's fine. But when you copy, please change the font type and the font size to what you already have in your CV, so it doesn't look like an amalgamation. So it still looks like remember that your CV is your marketing tool. That's like you are the product. The CV is the one that is marketing you. And then all bullets should be aligned, and so there should be consistency. It should be in a straight line. The bullet points should be in a straight line. Somebody's microphone is on, and there's sound coming from the background. Can you please mute your mic? Okay, you should also try proofread, check for spelling and grammatical errors, punctuation. You can get your friends to also proofread for you. Like after this session, you can update your CV and then just get your friends that you did the training together. Please, look for spelling error for me. And I know there are some apps and softwares that can also help you do that. And then you check for spelling errors and then you correct it, put the right punctuation marks, and then you put your education, include your work experience. Really, if you don't include your work experience, then you're really not marketing anything. Include work experience. Even work you did as an undergraduate is work. Even work you did as internship is an experience. Let's say you got a scholarship. If it was a scholarship, there are some scholarship that they just give to people because of they are from a certain location. But there are also some scholarship, for instance, that you have to apply for, you have to vie for with a lot of people. Like it's a competitive scholarship. That is an experience because that is an experience in fundraising. Because even though it is your school fees that you were looking for at that time, but you were trying to raise that from another source. So the fact that you went through that process, you have learned something. You may not even realize that you have, but yes, you have. Okay, so you use bullet points and then you use quantities where possible, especially when you're describing your experience. So instead of saying that you increased sales, say by how much do you increase sales? Increase sales by 60% or by 50,000. Like the example I gave previously, okay, the students, their pass rate was 30% at some point, but by the time you were finishing, it was 65%. So you can see the increase. So there's an improvement from 30% to 65%. That is what tells me that, oh, this young man or this young lady has really done a lot of work that has improved the situation of learning in that school. So include leadership experiences and significant athletic participation. Let's say you presented your school in Nuga Games, or you presented even if it's in a debating, competition or something. But then as you now acquire more experience, you now start removing those ones because now you have more work experience to speak for you. But now that your experience is still less than 2 years, you can put as many things you did in secondary school, many things you put in the university or during your NYSC if you have completed your NYSC. But while you are including all of this, make sure not to exceed the 2 pages. So try to summarize everything that you're doing or everything that you want to include, and then make it readable and arrange it in a very nice and neat manner. Okay, so let's go to the don'ts. Elaborate designs. I already mentioned this. Your CV is not a place to show that you have design skills. Simple is always better. Typographical error is really, it's not attractive at all. You know why? Because a CV is a document you prepare ahead of time. It's not like an exam that you sit down now and write. Like if I give you a test now that you write in person, I collect it. I can, accommodate error because you did it on the spot. I may not have enough time to, proofread and all. But a CV is something you take your time to do at your own time and then send. So the allowance for error is really very thin. Nobody expects to come and be reading, things that are not correct in your, because that also shows me. Remember that I'm looking at the CV and it's like I'm looking at you in paper now, not you in person. So if you have a lot of error on your CV, I might just assume that this person is not a very careful person. And if the job we're looking for requires you to be meticulous about things, then you might not be the right person for that role. That's what that CV with typographical error is saying. So falsifying or embellishing skills, please don't do that, because we have a way of finding out if that aspect is a very important aspect in that job. We have a way of finding out if you're lying. And apart from the fact that we can find out if you're lying, remember that we can also contact those places, maybe places you have worked. We can always contact them. You don't even need to put the address or the number on your CV. You don't know who I know, who knows another person and who knows another person. And then everything is online these days. I cannot just go online and write to the company and find out if so. You should try not to falsify information, and then don't try to embellish the truth. Put it the way it is and just be honest about what you have done in the past. So if what you did there was internship, don't come and say you were a supervisor. If what you did, if you worked there for 3 months, don't come and say you worked there for 1 year. Recently, there was somebody we interviewed, and then the person did a course that was a 6 week course, and then the person put it that she did a 1 year, and made it look like it was a degree program. Meanwhile, though the course was done by a university, but it was not a degree program. It was just like a workshop, a 6 weeks workshop that has a certificate. But then she put it like it was a degree, like a diploma from that university. Meanwhile, all these things are online now. So as I'm looking at your CV, I can just type it online and check the school and check what your and then but do you know that this person was not taken because of a few things on her CV that turned out to be lies? Why? Even though she had the skill, she didn't have this character for the job. So you can have the skill for a job that is you know how to do it, and I believe you can do it. But if I cannot trust you to do it, then I can't hire you. That's just the basic truth. So getting a job is not just about the skill, it's also about the character. There's also the part of culture. Apart from skill fit, there's person fit. That's person fitness, skill fitness. There's also culture fitness when you're looking at a job. So depending on the role we are looking for, there are some jobs that really skill is not even the most important thing. Character becomes the most important thing. If you're hiring for a place where there is money is involved or information security is involved, character is stronger than skill. Why? Because I can teach you skill. I cannot teach you character. You decide what your character will be. So skill is actually easier, because if you don't know how to do something, I teach you how to do it. I send you for a training. I get someone to train you or coach you, and you can learn it. But if you are somebody that cannot be trusted with money, except you decide to do it, it's not something I can do for you. Except you decide to stop that habit or that character trait, nothing can happen. So you can see that in some instances, character is stronger than skill. Okay, so then don't put vague information that is not clear. Remember that I have to get enough information from your CV in order to decide to call you for interview. Now, at the point where I'm looking at your CV, I do not have the liberty to call you to confirm what is there. So whatever information you have to put has to be, give me enough information I need. So don't put information that is open-ended, that I really don't, that have double meaning, because the person might not have enough patience to want to verify that information at that time. Because at that time, we haven't even verified your skills. We are just looking at information. And remember that at the time I'm looking at your CV, you're not the only one I'm looking at your CV. Now, on the average, when we put out an advert, we get minimum 150 CVs. That's for roles that are not very popular. Now, for roles that are very popular, you might get up to 200, 300 CVs. For instance, now, if you do an advert for customer service, you get up to 500 CVs. Why? Because the skills needed are skills that doesn't require too much technical skills. There are things that people can do transferable skills with, even if they have not done customer service before. Now, if I'm looking for an accountant now, I may not get 500 CVs. Why? Because an accountant requires special skills. So the number of people might be less. But for roles that maybe anybody that studied, as long as you have gone to a university, you may be able to do, let's say, for instance, if I'm looking for an admin officer, majority of people can do that just with a little guidance, they can do it. But if I'm looking for an accountant, if you're not an accountant, you're not an accountant. So is it because it is beyond addition and subtraction. There are some special skills required. So you can see that now it is not just skills that we're looking for, we are also looking at other things that make us to decide. So remember that recruiters have hundreds of CVs, hundreds of resumes to review, especially if they are doing it manually. But when you apply, you don't even know whether they are doing it manually or not. Now, if they're doing it manually, it means that the person is the one looking at the CVs one after the other. It means that if your CV is more than 2 pages, if I don't see what I'm looking for in the first 2 pages, I'll jump to the next CV. That's the truth. If your CV is 1 page, that's the best. It means that in that 1 page, I see everything, that all the information is there, so I can quickly, make my decisions and jump to the next one. Okay, so any activity and achievement that is more than 5 years, you really don't need to include it again, especially if it's not a formal work experience, like I mentioned before. So if it's something that you did in secondary school, but now because you don't have a lot of experience, you can include it in your CV. As you gather more experience, you can only mention maybe you were the head boy or the head girl in school. You don't really need to now put details. But for now that you don't have a lot of experience, you can decide to put all of that. Okay, so go to the next slide. That is a cover letter. So a cover letter is really basically what you use to send your CV. So in the times where we used to send hard copy, like paper copy, that's what we mean by hard copy. But at the time when we used to send paper copy, so you write like a 1-page letter and attach it to your CV and then post or deliver it to the place where you're looking for job. So now it's still the same, but now everything is in soft copy. That means you send by email. So a cover letter, you use it to apply. So it's a formal letter. So it's a letter that introduces you and your key accomplishment, which is most likely be in your CV, but not the way you presented it in your CV. So do not overlook this. Sometimes some job adverts request that you send in a cover letter and a CV. Now you need to read when you see job adverts, you need to read them very well to see what the requirements are. Now, if the job requirement says send cover letter and CV, and you send CV without cover letter, they won't even look at your CV at all, at all. Because what does it mean? What does that tell me? You're not a detailed person. One, it tells me also that you not follow instructions. So you need to look very well. Let's not be that the instruction was omitted. Let's not be that it was omitted. Now, when the cover letter is not requested, it becomes optional for you to include it. However, I always advise people that you should have a cover letter version that you can put in the body of the mail. Like when it is not requested, when it is requested, it means that you have to send it as an attachment. So you attach the cover letter, you attach the CV as part of your mail. Now, when it is not requested, which means you only need to attach your CV, and attaching cover letter becomes optional. What you would do, or what I would advise you to do, is to type in the body of the email your cover letter. I see a lot of applications that people just send, like the advert says, apply to, let's say, info@kecnigeria.com, and then somebody will come, attach their CV, and just put info@kecnigeria.com and send it. There's no subject of the email. There's no body of the email. That is very wrong. In some places, they don't even attend to you. Like, that is so rude. So you're not even saying hello to the person. You're not even telling us. Now, you don't have a subject. If I want to do a search in the email to look for people who have applied, your name will not even pop up. Because remember that in all that we are discussing, imagine that your application is there with 200 other people. Now, if 200 people have applied, and it's possible that, for instance, let me give you an example. Currently, I'm recruiting for like 5 different roles. Now, if you do not use the role that you're applying as a subject, how will I search for your name if I want to do it manually? So if there's no subject, it means that you're lost. In fact, you did not even apply really. Why? Because as I open my email or the email for that job, maybe as I get off work yesterday and I come this morning, I can open the mail and I'm seeing 500 new applications from yesterday evening to this morning. And that's a reality. So if I want to manually search for it, if I'm, for instance, if I'm recruiting for customer service, all I need to do is do search customer service. And everybody that used customer service to apply, their name will show. And I'll go through it. Now, if you do not put a subject, your name will not even show anywhere. It means that you did not even apply. That's the truth. Now, if maybe from yesterday to today I come in and there are just 5 applications, 5, it means that I can see all 5, including the one that does not have a heading. That's the one that doesn't have a subject. Okay, I might be able to open it, but you see, what are the chances that this will happen? In reality, this doesn't really happen because the number of people looking for jobs are huge, and people are applying, every time, and the number of people are really much. So there are some things that you do. You remove yourself from the equation. So you should, your email, that's your job application, must have a subject. So application for whatever it is that you're, let's say, customer service, application for customer service office, application for the role of customer service. You have to put, and then when you get to you have to write something in the body of the letter. That's your cover letter now. You have to say, maybe, dear recruiter, dear man, dear sir. And then you write that you're applying and you study this and that. And then you close it. You know the way you write your formal letter? It's just that when you're writing in the body of the mail, you don't need to put the address. You just write straight because the address is already in the email address. That's the address now. So you don't need to put that. But you also need to, write it and put your name and possibly phone number inside. The phone number is optional because it's already in your CV, but put your name, your full name. So you still need to make it look formal. So it is what you sent to accompany your CV. So it introduces and highlights your key accomplishments. Do not overlook this too. It offers a chance to show or explain your particular interest. And cover letter must be tailored to each job. So don't come and just have one cover letter that you just send to the whole world. No. You have a cover letter for each role. So let's say, there are some times where you are applying, like somebody who is applying for customer service role might also be applying for admin officer role, for instance, let's say. But so if you have one for customer service, you shouldn't use that same one for the admin officer role too. So this should be this should say that so when we say that you should, what you need to have is a template, like have a template. So all you need to do is to change, copy, paste, then change a few things to suit that particular um, application that you're doing at that time. Even your CV, you should have your master CV, and then you should have CV that is tailored towards. Let's say if you're applying for just one kind of job, then that's fine. But if you're applying for several different job titles now, like the example I gave, customer service, and then you're also looking to, okay, if I see something in admin, I can also do, or maybe I also want to do sales. So if you have these different kinds, then you have to adjust your CV to highlight the different skills that you have. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So a cover letter tells the employer the type of position you're looking for and how you're qualified. So you explain things that your resume, let's say for instance, you say things like, okay, dear recruiter, I hereby apply for the role of customer service. I have 3 years working as a customer service in blah, blah, blah. I've also worked as, you put another role. Now, because this is in the email, the person does not really need to open your CV to see these things. So you just like give them a summary. Okay, I'm a graduate of University of Lagos. I studied business administration. Not the way I'm saying it, but these are the information that, just like a paragraph in the body of the mail. So it gives a chance, it gives the person a glimpse of, what kind of person is applying. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. This one is for tips. Okay, so we've already mentioned it, that each cover letter must be tailored to each job and each employer. So if it's the cover letter that you're attaching, the cover letter has to follow the normal way we write formal letters with the 2 addresses. So you have to address it to that particular company and address it to a particular person. So if you know the person's name, you write the person's name. If you don't know the person's name, you can include it as a job title. So the job title can be the hiring manager, the HR manager, or any other role that you feel is. And then sometimes some adverts will tell you apply to, they'll tell you maybe admin manager or something. So you use that person's job title and then address your cover letter to a named person. So it's either a person or a job title. And then make sure that your first paragraph, is attractive. Highlight 3 or 4 accomplishment or skills or experience, and then avoid, like we keep saying, typographical errors, misspellings, grammatical errors. That's why you should have a template. Have a template that you have already corrected. So the only thing you're changing are just the information that is specific to the company that you're applying to. And then focus on the fit between you and the job. What qualifies you for the job? If the job requirements are the same qualities that you have, those are the things that you highlight. Don't come and start saying other things that you like about yourself. It's not about the things you like about yourself. It's about the things that you have that match with the job that you're looking for. So relate yourself with it. Don't include negative information. Request for an interview or tell them that you are available to meet with them. I'm available for an interview at your earliest possible time. So cover letter should not be more than 1 page. It should be half page if possible. Because really, these days, remember, like I said earlier, there are other people that have also applied. So we don't want to come and spend more time on your own application. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So the next slide is talking about sample cover. This cover letter here is actually very large. So this one is if you're going to send it as an attachment or if you're going to send it as hard copy. So you can see that it has the address inside of the letter. So it's talking about it's out by talking about that he's outgoing and his sales experience. Now, a salesperson, we believe the person must be, has to be an extrovert or outgoing, somebody who easily meets with people. That's the impression that anybody can sell really if you're dedicated to it. But then you have to find it interesting, and then you have to find it, you have to make commitment towards that. So this person starts with, telling the recruiter that he's an outgoing person and already has sales experience, and how these things make him a strong candidate for this role and then goes on to talk about where he graduated and and all of that. So this is like a sample. This is not a template. This is a sample. So this is a sample is something that you see to show you how this is done or this can be done. So yours can follow any format. So your own can even start with, my name is Nwaneka, I'm a graduate of sociology from Nnamdi Azikiwe University. So you can start with any. There's no like hard and fast rule to this, but the deal is that you have to make it catchy. You have to make it interesting. You have to make you have to catch the person's attention in a matter of seconds. That's just the thing. You have to catch the recruiter's attention in a matter of seconds. So don't write too many stories. So just learn to summarize and show the point. And then you also need to let them know that you're interested in working with them and why. And then what value will you be bringing to them, really? Because it's not just about you wanting to work with them. They too have to want to work with you. Okay, so let's go to the next slide on how to send your CV and cover letter via soft copy, that's via email. So for soft copy, you have to attach your CV. I've seen a few times where people copy and paste their CV on the body of mail. Well, that is not very common. I think most people are aware that they should attach it. So, but I just want to emphasize it. And then another thing I will advise is let your CV be in PDF format, not in Word format. Why? Because the edition or the version of Windows that somebody is using will affect how your CV is displayed on their system. Now, if the person is using a mobile phone, it will also affect how the CV is displayed on their phone. But if your CV is in PDF, it doesn't change the format, irrespective of what device the person is using. So I advise that after you do your CV in a Word format, save it in a PDF format and use the PDF format for your application, except in cases where they mention that you should send it in Word format. There are some cases, I've seen cases like that. But if it wasn't mentioned that you should send it in Word format, always send it in PDF format, because PDF format retains the format of your CV, so it doesn't scatter. Because if I open your CV, I may not even remember that, oh, it's possible that I'm using Windows 10 and this person did his own in Windows 8. So because of the difference, the format has scattered when I opened it. Now, when you open it in your own, because it was done in your own, it still retains it. If I had a Windows 8 and you had a Windows 8, it will remain the same when I open it. But if I had a different version, it will most likely scatter, or at least it will change. It will change the outlook. So you won't lose any information. However, the visuals in terms of how it looks, how it appears will be affected, but the information will still be there. But if it is PDF, it doesn't matter which version of Windows anybody is using, they will be able to see it the way that you have presented it, which is what we are talking about, that even the way it appears is also as important as the content inside. Okay, so always attach your CV, type the cover letter as the body of the email when cover letter is not requested. Never send an application with an empty email body or empty subject. So let that cover letter that you type in the body of your email becomes, both your introduction and your cover letter. If the email did not specify who to address it, to address the email to hiring manager, head of human resources, or recruitment manager, like that. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. So hard copy means that we are sending it via post office, or we are dropping it at that office. Like you print it out in paper form, that's hard copy. So when you are doing hard copy, you attach the cover letter. You also print the cover letter, and then you staple it to your CV. So ensure the cover letter is on top of the CV when you're doing hard copy. These days, nobody does hard copy, but who knows, you might have the need to do it any day. So if there is need for you to do it, make sure that the cover letter is on top of the CV. The CV is behind the cover letter, and the cover letter shouldn't be more than 1 page. Now, when you're sending hard copy, use A4 envelope. That's the envelope that is the same size as the paper, so you don't have to fold it, because when you fold it, by the time we are folding and unfolding, it will be looking rumpled, and it will affect the appeal, the visual appeal of your document. Okay, questions now. Okay, so ask me your questions from the presentation or from your experiences that you have had. I hope you can still hear me.
Yes.
Okay, please.
Hear you, ma. Okay, we have Ogunori Olawale. Can you unmute your mic?
All right, ma. Yeah. Thank you, ma.
You're welcome.
You spoke about there's an aspect where you spoke about voluntarily doing something for free.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was wondering if we are to where are we to indicate that part in the CV?
Is this something you have done already? You have already done it. You've done this volunteer work already. You want to put it in your CV?
Yeah. So which subtopic, which of the subtopics will it fall under? Is it under the work experience or which of them?
You can actually give it another. You can put it under the work experience. You can actually give it a new subheading if you want to. You can also put, just like you said, volunteer experience. You can also put it as a subheading, volunteer experience. But you can also, let's say, for instance, you haven't worked at all. Let's say that volunteer experience and maybe probably your NYSC, your internship is what you have. Then you can address it as work experience.
Okay.
If you don't have any other formal experience. But if you have formal experience, then you can also put it as volunteer experience or volunteer work, and then you put it on that day and then highlight the things that you have done on that day.
So the subtopic will be voluntary work experience, or?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
But even if it's under work experience, there's still nothing wrong with that. But you can also make it a subtopic on its own.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay, can we have Richard? Richard, can you ask your question?
Thank you so much, ma.
Okay.
My question boils down the fact of the experience.
Okay.
So, in a situation using quantities, figures,
yes,
that's the CAR method. So,
okay.
I want to ask, if you are applying to maybe a British school, you are a teacher, you are applying as a teacher for the role of a teacher,
Okay.
and you are applying to a British school, is it really necessary to put figures? Because I think most of what they are really looking for is the detail. That's the A level and those their British qualification certification for teachers. So I think that is quite confusing, putting quantities, figures for that kind of role.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now the A level and all those things are talking about your skill, whether you can do this, whether you can teach. That's what the A level and all maybe your teacher training, or the fact that you did an education course, or that, let's say if it's a Montessori course and all, that shows that you have the skill to teach. What the numbers and figures does is that, having the skill to teach is different from managing a class. If the school I'm applying to, let's say their class size is 20 students per class, for instance, But I have worked in a place where I was managing 35 students in my class. What does that tell them? That if I can manage 35 students, then 20 students in their classes won't be a challenge to me. That is what the figure, that's the advantage it gives you. Now, you can also agree with me that there's a difference between somebody who has the A level and all the qualifications, but has not, done any practical teaching, but have done all the learning. There's a difference between that person and somebody else who has all the teaching, as in all the learning, and has also managed a classroom, like taught. They are not the same. One person has the skill, one person has both skill and experience. So the figure is about experience, really, not about skill. But the certificate is about skill. When you're looking for a job, especially a job that does not that requires experience and not just skill alone, most jobs these days require experience. Even graduate training jobs will appreciate if you have experience. So that figures just shows the part of experience, not that it is not important, or that maybe the other skills that you have is not important, but this shows the experience you have and the will I say the weight or the dynamics of that experience that you have had. That's what that figure shows the recruiter. I don't know if that answers.
Not really, because what I understand, most of this their teaching certification, their certification, that when you apply for it, it comes with also this teaching practice course. So there's no how you can have such certification without having experience in teaching. So, but what I'm trying to say is that applying for those certification, if their requirements is teaching maybe 25, because they have lower ratio to a teacher. So maybe a teacher to 15 students, because they believe that you should not teach maximum in a particular, so that the children will be able to understand more. So I think most of them, they dwell more on this certification to show that you have experience teaching their caliber of people. So putting quantities and figures may confuse, because they may be looking that you should teach a particular number lower, that as a teacher you should understand that the standard method of teaching is to teach lower instead of higher, like the government schools. That's what I think. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma.
Yeah, you remember that we said that your CV is not a static document. It's a document that you review and you make it employer specific. So with the information you know about the employer, you know what to highlight in your CV. So if you're, like you said, this is a British school, you know their requirements. So if the numbers are not relevant, that's fine, you can remove it. But if you are applying to another school and you feel the numbers will be relevant, then you can leave it the way it is. Your CV should not be one thing that you don't review, something that you review periodically. And it's also something that, besides the review, even if you're sending 5 applications today, you shouldn't send the same CV exactly the same as it is. Why? Because they might not all be the same role. If they're all the same role or the same kind of role, that's fine. But if they are not the same kind of roles, then some things need to be highlighted. So if that information might not be relevant, that's fine, because from what you say, you already know what is required. So if you know that that information is not really very relevant, then you don't have to include it. Then if you're applying to another employer that you think, oh, they may need this information, then you include it. That's fine.
Thank you, ma. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
More
Can
questions, please.
we have
I think people can also type their questions.
Miss Echi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, I can see that someone typed something. I once applied for a job, and from the requirement was told my picture must be on the CV, like a passport photo, not hard copy passport, but it must be on top of the CV where my name is. Okay, yeah, if, like you said, it is a requirement to put your picture, the recruiter knows the reason why they need a picture. But as a standard, your picture does not need to be in your CV. However, if it is requested for, then you put it. For instance, like I said, there are some biodata information that don't need to be their option. In fact, we don't even put them again in the CVs. But if it is required as part of, which is why your CV should be a document that is adjustable, like you just include this information because this employer needs it, you include it and send to them. Not that that's what you now include everything and be sending the same thing to everybody. No, you have the standard one that you send to people who don't have special requirements for their own applications. And then for those ones that have special requirements or special requests, then you can now adjust what they want. And then, okay, I don't know if anything was mentioned about references. How many references? Well, you should have like 2 references really. And the references, they have to be relevant. For instance, if you're a fresh graduate, at least 1 reference should be from your school. From your school or from the place where you did internship. That's where one of them should come from. And then 1 should be someone who knows you personally. It is not advisable to use family members as your reference. Why? They are your family members. They will say nice things about you. So using family members does not give you a good rating. In fact, family member references doesn't they don't have weight. So even if you want to use a relative as your personal reference, make sure you don't have the same surname with that relative, because once you have the same surname, it means it's family member, they must say that this person is a good person. So if you have 2 references, 1 from your school or maybe a place where you did your internship, or both of them can even be from your school, or maybe a place where you did your internship and 1 from your school. And then or someone like a family friend or someone that knows you. So when sending a CV through attachment, please, how do I name it? Oh, thank you for this question. Yes, this is a very important question. Now, when you're saving the file, that's a file that you call your CV, save it with your name, your full name. So if your name is Mobolaji Adeoye, just put it there, Mobolaji Adeoye CV, or CV-Mobolaji Adeoye. Don't come and save CV with CV or CV number 1, CV sales. No, it doesn't mean anything. Save it with your name. Your name is Tokumbo Adeoye. CV Tokumbo Adeoye. That is what you should save. So it should be saved with your name. So I hope that answers it.
Hello, Amos, are you here?
Okay, so let me, I think there's another one. Let me see what this other one. He said, aside the email application for jobs, there are some job portals or site that doesn't accept PDF. Okay, yes, I said it. So if it's specified, so if the job portal does not accept PDF, then put it in the format that is accepted. But if you're sending it to an email or a portal that accepts, the best format is PDF, because your information remains the same. Okay, so instead does ATS has its own format? Well, not exactly. ATS only uses keywords to shortlist. So in the cases where it has a special format, the format will be put as part of the job requirement. But just follow the standard, not more than 2 pages. And make sure that your font type and your font size are the same. Use 1 font type. Then you can have 2 font sizes. Remember that we already agreed that your name should be a bigger font size than all the other information. Okay, the details you put in your reference. Someone is asking the details you put in your reference is the name of the reference and the contact detail of the reference. So the address and contact. So you might put, these days, email is better. You can put email and phone number, but make sure that your referee knows you. Make sure that your referee knows that you're using him or her as a referee, so that in case he or she is contacted, they will know who you or remember who you are. Don't use somebody that doesn't know you, because it will backfire. Assuming, let's say I put on a phone call and say, oh, I'm speaking with this person. Do you know this person? Or can you tell me something about this person? They can't remember you. So make sure, please inform them, because sometimes even when they can remember you, it doesn't feel good that even though they can remember you, they don't even know that they are your referee. So make sure your referees are aware that you're using them as referee. The information about the referee that you need to put is the referee's name. So let's say, for instance, you're using the head of department of your school. So you put the person's name, HOD, Department of Banking and Finance, University of Lagos. Then you put his name, A Adeolu at unilag. However the format is, and then his phone number. Or you can just put his email, since you're still doing application at application level. Because really, at the point where I need to contact the references, it means that it's either I'm already considering you for the job or I have already given you the job. That's at the time when I would need. So you can just put the email address of your referee. Okay. Okay, so someone is saying, I was told cover letters can be prepared in two ways. It can be prepared mainly for requesting company, and other one can be prepared generally, can be used for any company. Yeah, that's why I said that you should have a template. So if you have a template of your cover letter, then you only change the information that is necessary. For instance, let's say you're looking for a customer service job. Let's say you see an advert, the job title is Customer Service Support Officer. Another company might just say Customer Service Representative. Another company might just say Customer Service Ambassador. You understand? So, and in your cover letter, you need to mention the job title. So if you have one that says Customer Service Officer, it means that I'm looking for a Customer Service Ambassador, but your cover letter is telling me Customer Service Officer. That's why you need to have a template. So in that template, you tell me what you're applying for. So you also mention that role in your cover letter. So you have the one. It has to be something that you can, edit to suit the application you're doing at that time. Okay. Someone is saying, can I update my CV while undergoing a particular training, as being trained even before completing the training? Well, yeah, especially if it's a training that is over a protracted period of time. If it is a 2-day training, there's really no need to, you need to finish the training period. But if it's a training that is like a 1-month training or something that will take up to 3 months, then yes, it's fine. It's fine for you to indicate that the training is ongoing. That's fine. If it's a training that is for a long time. Okay, so please hold on. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm in the office. That's why you can hear all the opening of doors and closing of doors. Okay, so this person is also asked, how do I write it in my CV? So training ongoing or training. Okay, so you can write the title of the training. You write the title of the training and put date. So let's say this is we're in October. So let's say you started the training. Let's say you started the training in September, and it will take place till September, from September till October. So let's just use any title. Now let's say it is, what's the title of the training now? Okay, so let's say it is managing conflict. That's the title of the training, managing conflicts in a work environment. But it is a 4-month training that you started in September. So what it means is, please close the door. So what it means is that you can put managing team conflicts. Then in terms of the time, you put September to December 2022. In brackets, you put in view. So in view means that it is ongoing. So it is not yet completed. That's what it means. So you put the date and then you put in view. Okay, so the next question says, what is your take on CV written in newspaper format? Okay, each page divided into, that's having it in columns. Well, the CV is not a newspaper, so why should it be written in newspaper format? The format that is generally acceptable is where you have the things in your CV in bullet points. So you have your experience in bullet points, you have your skills in bullet points. That's really what is generally accepted. Now, if it is still in bullet points, but it has 2 columns on 1 page, and it is still visible, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But my thought, just thinking about this now, is that by the time you divide it column in 1 page, the font might be reduced. And how the visual appeal now is what I'm just looking at. But it's not like there's anything wrong with it, but is it necessary to have it in that format? If it's not necessary, then really there's no need. Okay, someone is saying, what about some cases whereby after putting all this information and the pages exceed 2 pages? Yes, it matters. If you have less than 2 years experience, really, your CV should not be, that not is in capital letter, should not, NOT in capital letters, should not be more than 2 pages. If you have less than 2 years experience, your CV should be 1 page or maximum 2 pages. So you should learn to summarize what you want to say, and then make sure that the only thing that is represented is just the important information. So anything that is not relevant. So what you can do is try to read it again. You can try to compress 2 or 3 sentences into 1 sentence. So try to summarize really and make sure all the relevant information are what is represented. So the maximum number of persons to be used in the reference, I said that already, 2, except if it is requested. You should have 2 referees. If there are some, I've seen job adverts that request for 4 referees. That means it is for that particular one, they are requesting for 4. Then you provide 4. But if they do not specify the amount, 2 is fine. 2 referees are okay. Okay, this is Gideon Adeshewa. Were you in this class? Okay, I already said that there are information that are not really necessary, like all the things we put under biodata, like sex, religion, state of origin, number. Let's say I'm the 4th child, and amongst 6 siblings, all those things are not important. So your religion is not really important. Reason, you don't need your religion to do the job. Whether you're male or female does not affect you in doing the job, really. It is your skill that you need to do it, and not your gender. So really, those information are not important. If they are important, they will be asked for. So even when they call you for interview, by the time you come, those questions will be asked when you come for the physical interview. But really, it is not necessary to put them in your CV, except they are required. But when they are not required, please remove all the general information about yourself. They don't need to appear in your CV. Okay, this person is saying, in regards to CV, Let me use myself as a reference. The educational background, I went to the Polytechnic, did the national diploma and higher diploma. I furthered to the university. When highlighting all this in my CV, do I need secondary education? Highlighted also. Yes, because for you to work, or you need to show that you went to a secondary school. So you need your O level. O level need to show, and then you need your BSc. So yes, you need your secondary school, but you don't need primary school. I see some people put primary, nursery. No, you don't need primary school, but you need to indicate your secondary school and then your university. So all you need to do, you don't really need to, make it a long. So you can just put it in one single line: BSc, Banking and Finance, University of Lagos, and then underneath you have HND, Accounting, Lagos State Polytechnic, OND. You understand? So this is just 3 lines already. So you don't need to make it bulky to represent all of that in your CV. But yes, your secondary school certificate is part of your credentials and is required. Primary school, really nobody asks for primary school, but secondary school, yes, is part of what you should put in your CV. Okay. This question is saying, in a case where I don't want to disclose my reference details, instead, I put available on request in the reference part. Well, there's nothing wrong with putting available on request, as long as you have them to provide on request. There's really nothing wrong with that. However, when you have 0 to 2 years experience, really, it's expected that you put everything there, both the reference, because the person that is saying available on request is expected when you have enough experience in your CV. That's what I now need to verify is whether maybe you said that you are a salesperson, you met your target of 20 million naira in 2020. So I only maybe need the reference of the company to see, okay, did this person actually meet this target? I'm not doubting whether he can sell. Now, if you don't have enough experience to show in your CV, please put your reference, except you don't have a reference yet, or the reference requires that you don't put them. What you can do is remove the phone number of the reference and put only email. Okay, so the next one says, is it ideal to start a CV with a professional summary and career objective? Yeah, that's fine, but make it like 4 or 5 lines max. Let it be very short, because I can tell you nobody reads that professional summary. Most people don't read it, because once you see a CV, your eye is going straight to educational qualification and experience. That's where we are going to. So yes, it's fine. It also improves the appearance of the CV. Actually makes the CV looks fine. So you can make it as short as possible and include it. And then, even though many people don't read it, you don't know who might read it. So that's fine to include in your CV. Is it compulsory to include a referee in your CV? It is not compulsory, but it's necessary. So it's not a must that you must do it, but it's something that is required. It gives your CV some level of credibility. For instance, you have 0 to 2 years experience. Putting your school as a referee is okay. They still remember you. If it's not more than 5 years, your school, they still remember you, because all they really need to do is to check their record, and they will see you there. So your school can be one of your referee. The place you did an internship, or somebody that knows you can be one of your referee. Okay, someone is saying, should we highlight gap training under education or skill column while writing CV? Well, it should be under skill, because what you have gained in the time of the whole process is skill. Even though you have a certificate for it, what you can do is to have, after your education, you can also have skills. You can also have a subtopic that you call skills, or maybe trainings attended, or skills and other trainings, and then you can put your gap there, and any other training that you have attended or you will attend. Let's say you do a course on Coursera or Udemy, and then you can also put them under that subtopic. Okay, someone is saying, how do we tailor our CV and cover letter to suit a job role that we are capable of doing but don't have professional background certification? Everything is about certificate. When you have the professional background, what is not clear in your question is, have you done anything in that regard? Experience is actually stronger than certification for many roles, except roles that are purely professional. Let's say accounting, medicine, software development. Even software development, you can have the skill without having a certificate. So there are some courses that require certification to do, but plenty other courses, all they need for you to have done it before. So if you have the knowledge and the experience, you can actually highlight it in your CV. So if you already have the skill, or you have done something directly related or remotely related, yes, you can put that in just state it there in your CV. I don't know which skill you're talking about, so I really don't know how to address it. But yes, if you have a background and you don't have a certificate, yes, you can highlight it. And yeah, and the person said this is Nigeria. Of course, this is Nigeria, but remember what the recruiter is looking for is somebody that can do the job. He's not certificate. There are a lot of people with certificate that cannot do the job. That we see that every day, really. There are a lot of people who have certificates for the job. So you call them, they have certificates to show you, but they cannot do what you want to be done. So if you have that kind of person and you have another person that doesn't have certificates but have enough skill, have learned enough to do that job, I'll give it to the person that can do it, really, because I want something to be done. It's not the paper that is going to do the work. So really, even if you know, what you can do is, if it's a line or a career path that you want to pursue, what you can do is you can highlight that in your CV, and then you now go and get further training that will not give you that certificate. So if it's training where you can get short courses online, or whether paid or free trainings, you can now go and look for those certificates. But in the interim, you can, yes, apply for suitable jobs in that line. Okay, this person is saying the skills session, can one differentiate like the technical skill? Can certification program be placed in the work experience or skills or its own section? Okay, there's no hard and fast rule about these things. These things is about how it looks and to make it as easy as possible. So certifications can be, you can have a subheading that says certification / trainings. So that's where you put or every other thing that is not your BSc. Now, why I will not advise you to put it under education is that you have to do it in chronological order. Some of these things might overshadow your BSc, so that when I open the CV, I'm looking for what did this person study. I can't see it. I'm seeing plenty trainings, but I can't see what you studied. And you want to retain my attention in the shortest possible time. That's why it's advisable for you to have another column that says, so you can have skills training. So I know that these are other learnings that you have that are not in the your O level and your BSc. So separate your O level and your BSc, and then put every other thing under your skill, both the technical skill, other training or workshops that you have attended with certificates. Put them in a different section. So when I okay, this is this person's background. This person studied accounting. Okay, but this person also has training in digital marketing. So I can see it clearly that this is your education, and then this is all the skills and all the other trainings that you have acquired. This makes it easier that I'm not looking for the information. Remember that I don't have a lot of time to spend looking at your CV, so that's why you have to make it easier for the person who is looking at your CV. Okay, you advise that age should not be included in CV. What about date of birth? What am I doing with your date of birth? Am I planning to send you happy birthday or birthday cake? Your date of birth should not be there. And then if you put this, I've seen recently, I saw one that had said date of birth, and the person put something like 15 January. 15 January does not give me any information. If you want to tell me your date of birth, you might as well tell me everything. 15 January of which year? But really, the whole information is irrelevant. I don't need it. I don't need to know that you were born in 1990. That information, if I need it, when I shortlist you, I will ask you. when you get the job, you fill an employee profile form and we'll get all of that information. But as at the point of application, when you are writing by the time you remove all these things, you see that you have a lot of space for other things in your CV. So try to remove all these questions that are all these information that are optional. That way you have space in your CV to put other things. So yes, date of birth is not important for you to put. Does the sex of the referee matter? No, it doesn't matter. What matters is that this person can be your referee. This person can vouch for you. This person, they know you and they can say, okay, they know you in terms of your character. They can vouch for you. Okay, I know this person. This person can, is trustworthy. Or I know this person in terms of skill. I've worked with this person and this person is able to do the job and all. So that's really what the person needs. So whether the person is male or female doesn't really matter. So it can be both male, it can be both female, it can be any gender at all. So you just that can they be able to be your referee is the question. Do they know you and do they accept to be your referee is what is important. Okay, so I think I've gone through all the questions in the chat. Are there other people who want to speak? Or are there other people who want to write their own?
We have just one person. Chizobam, kindly ask your question.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma.
You're welcome.
My question is it a question? Okay. There was a time I was trying to apply for a job as a graphic designer.
Okay.
So on the platform, one of the remote platform online that I used to apply, I saw that they were asking about the amount you said we should not lie when we're giving details about ourselves. I should try as much as possible to tell the truth. Okay,
Yeah.
so I saw online that they were asking about where I worked, how much I was being paid, and what I am expecting. So at that point, what am I supposed to do? Because normally nobody wants to receive a low pay from where you're coming from and where you're hoping to go into. So what am I supposed to do at that stage?
Okay, there are several options that you have. So you can choose to answer straight up, like this is what I was earning, and this is the amount I want to earn. That's an option. And then depending on if you have an idea of what they are paying, you can know how much to request for in terms of your expectation. And then also you can also choose not to disclose the amount if you want to. I don't think any sensible recruiter will disqualify you if you do not disclose the amount. So if you do not want to answer, for instance, you can also say that you will choose not to answer or you choose not to disclose the information. And then there are some times where in some places they have disclosure confidentiality clause in their. So there are some people that even though they might not mind disclosing, but they have also signed a confidentiality clause that prevents them from disclosing. So even if you don't want to disclose, that's fine. You can say, okay, you can give a range. So you can give a range with both what you were earning and what your expectation. For what you're expecting, it's always safer to give a range of what you're expecting. Of course, what you were earning is not a range, it's a figure. But you can also decide to give a range. But I don't think there's really anything wrong with saying, even if you feel that it is low, you can still say it. Let's say, for instance, you were earning, just for example's sake, 50,000, and you want 150 for your expectation. Yeah, somebody might say, how will you want 300%? But then it's also possible because, first of all, as at the time you got the 50,000 job, this is not your current level is not your current skill level. You have improved your skill level, so your market value has increased. That's one. Number two is that even though you were paid 50,000 there, you know that price was lower than the market price, but you took it because you needed the experience. And I'm telling you now what to answer. You took it because you needed the experience. So even though you know that it was lower than what you would ordinarily want to, but you needed the experience. So it's like trading money for experience. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am.
All right.
Okay, Adebayo Aziz.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I
Good
really,
afternoon.
really appreciate this moment, this educative moment. Even if we could not see your face, you are vocal and audible enough for us to hear. The
Okay,
thing, my
thank you.
question is, thank you very much for that. The question is, most of these companies, I think they have their own policy. Like,
Okay,
okay, this is the amount of money that they pay each staff, maybe member of the company, maybe starting from the gate man to top manager or what you want to say. But as a staff, maybe um, you want to like, okay, the salary you have been paid is not something that you really you want to them to increase. But how do you inform them, make a rapport with them without having any issue? Because most of these people, when they see that okay, maybe they have other people that can take the position, they feel like okay, maybe if you want to resign, fine, or you need to vote. I'm just like, okay, you need this job, and at the same time, you want them to increase the salary. Well, how do you tender them to
that's
that without?
for a job that you are applying for, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you already know the amount that you pay for that job, let's say you're applying for a job and you know that this job they pay 100,000 for instance, but you want to earn 150. So what you will do if they ask you what your expectation is, even though you know that they pay, you can tell them that your expectation is maybe 120 to 180 or 140 to 180,000. Give them a range. Now, what the 120 to 180, your minimum, even though your minimum is higher than what they are paying, the difference is not that much. And another thing that you should know, first of all, is that do not show every employer is not your employer. You cannot work in any place that you want to work because you might want to work there and they might not want you to work there. There are so many things involved. Don't show desperation in getting a job. What you need to show them is value of what you can do. So even though you might need a job, really, you need a job really, really bad. But what you need to show the employer is not that you need a job really, really bad. What you need to show them is that I I am coming to offer you value. Nobody rejects value. Now, if from the interaction they have with you, they can see that you have value, they will pay you the amount that you are looking for. I can assure you that in my experience, we sometimes we have an amount that we want to pay people. Many times we have gone above that amount. Why? Because you're seeing a candidate that you can see the value that this person is bringing you. So I think what we should focus on showing the value that you can bring to the company. And yes, if you have that value, nobody has any problem adding a little more than what they are willing to pay. And then there is not even every job that they have an amount. Sometimes there's a job that is open-ended. It's not like they can pay any amount, but they are not really fixed like, oh, we know, okay, we might not be able to pay 1 million for this job, but we can pay 300 or 200. So even though the people doing that job now, they are being paid 100. If we really see somebody that can give us value, we are willing to pay 200. So their job like that it is not really written in black and white that it must be this amount, you cannot exceed. No, employer can exceed any amount as long as the candidate is giving them value. So I see that happen every day in all the different places I have worked. So we have a budget for a role, but then you're seeing different candidates, and then you see a candidate that is really good, but possibly what your budget is, the candidate is already earning it currently. So nobody leaves his job to come and be doing the same thing, as in to come and be earning the same. So you have to up your game, and before you know it, for you to get that talent, then you have to increase. So let's also have open mind that yes, employers may have budget, but they can change their budget if you're the right candidate or if you fit into what they are looking for. Okay, I can see that some people have posted in the chat. If the templates used cannot contain the names, can one use the initials in place of it? Which templates? I don't understand. Is it the template of your CV? Your CV should have your whole name. Yes. As long as it has your name, your surname, you can put initials of the other names. That's fine. But let it not be that you only have one name. As in your name, your first name and your surname should be written in full. Your second name can be initials. That's fine. Then concerning the expected pay you just mentioned now, can I put payments can be given according to organizational pay structure? Yeah, it can be if it is, let's say you're filling a virtual form, please put a figure. If they are asking you and you're talking to them face to face, maybe a virtual meeting or a physical meeting, then you can be saying organizational structure. Why? Because when you say it, you get a response. Somebody is talking to you, face to face. But if it's that you're filling a form online, put a range. You don't need to put a figure. That's why when you are filling that kind of form, go and make requests. Go online and see what people are paying for that kind of job or what that particular company. If you know somebody who has worked there or somebody who works there, or just go on social media, even on Twitter, on Quora, on what's this other one? There's this other one that is very popular about where you can get people comment about what they think people earn in the
Glassdoor.
company. Yes,
Glassdoor.
there's Glassdoor. Yes, that's it. Thank you. You can go on Glassdoor and then so that will guide you in in put the figures you're going to put there. Okay, there's another one here. This one is quite a lot. You mentioned that CV is a cumulation. Should CV contain all secondary schools attended or just the secondary school? It should contain only the secondary school that you use for the OSCSC. So let's say you went to 3 different secondary schools, but you wrote your SSC in Queen's College, Lagos. Then Queen's College, Lagos should be the only one there. Maybe during the interview, if you're now doing a verbal introduction and you feel that you need to, you can mention it, but really it's only the one that has where you got your SSC that is important. Okay, we are supposed to include details relevant to the proposed job. When one doesn't have an experience in that exact field, but is willing to learn or already has online trainings, only training such as the one being received in case, how do one go about it? Okay, so if what you have is training, now you put the training that you have received. But what you should also do is that you will try and start gathering experience. You can do things for people for free just to gather experience. So let's say that is a digital marketing skills. So let's say it's a digital marketing skill. So you can offer your services to people for free. So you can offer it so that you can count that as your experience. So, everything is money. You don't have experience. You need experience. But you also need somebody to pay for that experience. But remember, the person looking for an employee needs somebody that has done this before. So they don't want to use you and do trial and error. So the person that is willing to do trial and error is the person that is not paying. So they are trading off. They are saving their money for the maybe mistake in quotes that you might make. So sometimes you can do things for free. Sometimes you can do things. You can do collaboration with people just so that you can gather that experience. So for now, before you have the experience, you can note these trainings that you have received, and then as you gather the experience, you keep updating. So if you get the experience next tomorrow, you update your CV. Your CV should not be the same. After your CV, at least maximum 3 months, your CV should not be the same document. For every 3 months, there should be something that you have added to your CV. That's maybe a training or an experience or something. So for a recent graduate with little or no experience, how should such person amass or gain? When you say with little or no experience, we think that experience is only work that you have done in a place that's where you are employed and paid salary. There are so many experience that you get that is not a formal work environment. Let's say, for instance, some people, let's say you do something in church or in the mosque or in the community, that is experience. It mustn't be a paid job before it is an experience. So let's say you are in your church, you are a children's church teacher, for instance. That is an experience. But how do you present it is to show us the skills that you have because you are a children's church teacher. In church, you are a chorister, or you are even let's say, you are the assistant leader, coordinator for the choir. That is an experience. How you present it is what makes us know, okay, well, by doing this, this is what this person, okay, during your NYSC, what projects did you do apart from the fact that you were teaching civic education to the students? Were there other things that you were involved in? That's why, people are encouraged to do a lot of volunteer work, especially as a student or a young graduate. Do a lot of volunteer your skills to people for free, or for maybe for a little fee. But even when people are not paying for it, why? Because you're trading money for experience, and that experience is what you use to get that major job that you're looking for. Okay, so for a recent graduate, like some people now, maybe you were assisting your mom. Your mom has a shop, you have a supermarket, or you're something, you're assisting an uncle. Those things are experiences. What were you doing in that role? You can put it in your CV as an experience, since you don't have any formal experience. Then as you now start getting experience, you can remove them. But as a fresh graduate, I can tell you that there are some things that you have done that you may not count, that if you put them in your CV, they will make your CV look very robust as experience, even though they are not employment per se, but you have gathered enough experience in them to be able to show. Okay, I have certifications and awards in roles totally different from the one I'm about to apply for. Should I leave it out or add it regardless? Well, it depends on how totally different it is. Since there are certification and awards, what that tells me is that you have other things about you. Your life is not just one straight line. So you have other things that you have achievements in other areas. So if you have achievements in other area, of course you can achieve another thing in this new area, even though that you are yet to achieve. So achievement, what achievement tells me is that you are somebody that, you're target oriented. And being target oriented is being target oriented, whatever the target is. So even though you have set and met a target in another area, you can also set a target in this new area and meet it. So yes, especially if you don't have experience, you can include your certifications and awards, even though they are totally different. Because that tells me that you are an achiever already, even though it is not in this line. So yes, you can include it. Then as you gather more experience, you can now, remove the things that are not so relevant. But for now, yes, you can include it. Okay, someone said, assuming employer states applicants living in a particular area, what should you do? Well, really, if they say they want people in Lekki and you don't stay in Lekki, there's really no need for you to apply, except if you have a house in Lekki. There are many reasons why employers say that. The traffic situation in Lagos is a total phenomenon in its own. So maybe the job is strenuous, or sometimes they work late, so they don't want people who stay very far away. So let's say the job is in Agungi, Lekki area, and then they say they want people who stay on the island. Let's say Ikoyi, Lagos Island, Victoria Island, Lekki, and Naija. That's where they want their employers to come from. And then you stay in Mile 2. You can do the job, you need a job. The problem is that if you get that job, you'll be coming late. When you're in the office and it's 5 o'clock, you start being anxious. Why? Because you're going far and they don't want that. That's why they are asking for. And then another thing is that it may also be that the salary is not much. So they don't want you to spend all your salary on transport. So really, they are thinking of you, even though you might say it doesn't favor you, but they're actually thinking of you in when they say, put out requirements like that. So please, if you don't stay in a particular area, there's always job in the area where you stay, except you have a temporary place to stay in that area, then you can apply. But really, they might not, even when you apply and they find out, they might not take you. Okay, someone is saying, oh, okay, it's Bukola is saying we'll be taking further questions. We need to go on break. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I think I've done all the questions on the chat now. So I don't know, are there any others, or we need to go on break? Bukola, over to you.
Okay, everyone. So we'll go on break now. Probably when we return, we'll have the next session in 30 minutes time. The break will last for 30 minutes. So in the next 1:30 or so, yes, everybody should probably be online for the next session, which is the interview and presentation skills. Interview skills.
Okay. Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. And we'll see you
You're
again
welcome.
in the next 30.
All right. See you soon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma.
Yes, thank you very much. You're welcome to the second session. So now we'll be taking us on interview skill. Interview skill. So Miss Inoli, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. But I can see that there are less people in the call now. I hope they will join, so at least they won't pull us back
10 minutes.
with their questions. Do we wait for them or do we just go ahead?
Okay, Mash, can we kindly wait for 10 minutes at least?
All right, that's
10
fine.
minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, ma.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. We can start.
Oh, okay. Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon.
Yes,
And
ma'am. Good afternoon.
welcome back to this session.
Good
Okay,
Thank you,
so
ma'am.
we're going to be discussing interview skills. Previously we talked about CVs. Okay, so your CV now, they have looked at your CV. Now they find it interesting, so they want to meet you. They want to have a chat with you to see how suitable you are, because sometimes CV can lie. So, and then sometimes the CV might not even be doing the person justice. So now they have interviewed you. So that's what we are going to discuss. So we are going to talk about how to prepare, what to wear, or how to make good impressions, and what to do before and after, and then common questions. When they ask you some questions, what do they mean? And then questions also that you can ask. All right, so just like we were discussing earlier, you need to do a lot of research. You need to know exactly what it is that you're applying for. And then you need to know what the requirements are. So if you are not sure what it is, Google is your friend. So you need to Google. So if, for instance, the requirements are not there, or the requirements might be there, let's say the responsibilities are not listed, you can just Google it and find out what the responsibilities are. So that way you know whether you fit in and how you fit in. Okay, you also need to do research about the company, their history, their products, and even news item, what's in the news about them and all of that. So those are the kind of information that you need before you appear. Then you don't just appear like somebody that just woke up from the sleep and there's an emergency. You need to also show that you prepared for it. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, so for this one, I think that this is really easy. Most times people know what to wear, I believe. So it's also important for you to know what's the dress code where you're going. So is it a formal dress code like a bank, or is it business casual, or is it come as you are? Now, whichever one it is, because this is your first interaction with them, it's important that you come dressed formally, because you do not know who that you're going to meet, and also because you want to put your best foot forward. This is the same for both male and female. You don't want to do anything extra. You just want to, stay within what is acceptable. So in terms of dressing, accessories, bags, and whatever it is, you want to still retain within. That's not when to showcase yourself, that you are very creative. When you become part of them, you can show your creativity. But now that you're still one leg, you're not even one leg in, one leg out, you need to, show a lot of moderation. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Okay, no, not this one. The slide before this one. Yes, this one. Okay, so even though we'll not dwell more on this, because really this is something we can read up, and we also already, know what I want to believe, that you already know what is acceptable. When we say formal dressing, I want to believe we know what formal dressing means. That's for a guy, that's suit, shirt, tie. That's when we say formal dressing, just think about somebody that works in a bank. That's formal dressing. Then when we say business casual is not exactly is almost formal dressing. So you can do the jacket without the tie or the tie without the jacket. That's business casual. Somebody is saying that they can't see the slide. I can see the slide. So I don't know if there's any way you can help him. Bukola, he said he can't see the slide.
Okay, we are trying to message him so he can see how we can help.
Okay, he can also try logging out and logging back in. That may also help if you log out and log back in. Okay, so let's continue. No, we are still in the previous slide. We haven't done. So we're saying the needs and professional hairstyle, well groomed. So even if you have a beard, that's fine, but you need to be well groomed. Okay, the same for a lady. I think it's actually easier for a guy to look formal. For ladies, because you can do, we have a variety of things you can wear, like skirt, blouse. You don't really need to wear suits to be formal. You can wear any blouse with skirt and shoe, but then don't the rule is to go for conservative colors: white, blue for shirts, gray. When it comes to suits, black, coffee, just the dark colors, navy and all. Okay, so just to stay on the safer side. So the next one is the picture of the formal dressing. Well, what we have in the picture really is the formal dressing, which is what you see in a bank. But when we talk about business casual, in business casual, you can actually do skirt and shirt or shirt and trouser without the tie, without the jacket. That's still fine. And you can wear any blouse with skirt for a lady, and that's still fine. So most places these days, they really don't do like formal dressing. There's a lot of flexibility now in the way people dress at work. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Yeah. Okay, so you're here, you already know what to dress. So really that's just more like preparation. So you have to show your politeness from when you enter, because you don't know who is who. There have been cases where the people you meet at the entrance may even be the main people that you're there to meet, and then if you're not careful, you may miss your chance just because you thought the person that was there was of a lower rank. So just treat everybody the same when you get into any place. Okay, so let's get into the next slide. So this one is more like the things you shouldn't do that's on this slide. So I wouldn't dwell on them because I believe that, okay, let me look out or anyone to highlight. Okay, we've already mentioned earlier in the other session that we should always be honest and tell the truth, because really you don't know, you might be trying to, you might be trying not to say the truth, but you don't really know the person and what they know and all of that. So what you may be trying to hide is something that person knows, or what you may be trying to highlight is exactly the information that the other person has. Okay, highlighted here also is that you shouldn't wear a Bluetooth device because you need to show full attention. Your phone needs to be off or on vibration. So there's nothing like, let me take this call or anything in that sort, because really it is a scheduled time. So if it's a scheduled time, then you have to keep other meetings out of this one and, make yourself available for this particular one. Okay, so let's go till the next slide. Okay, I believe you can see the screen. Okay, so you need to you need to be fully what's the word now I'm looking for? Fully not aware, but fully present. Yes, you need to be fully present. So even though we know that you're present, you need to be present in terms of how you pay attention, in terms of how you see it, make eye contact, how do you, even your general behavior needs to show that you're present in that meeting. Because there's a way, there's a way, even though it is non-verbal, that we can notice that you're really not present. Please hold on. Okay, just give me 1 minute. I need to attend to someone briefly.
Okay, ma, no problem.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, so we're talking about nonverbal communication when you already have arrived at the interview. So I was saying that you need to be present, not just that you're bodily there, but you need to be active. Do not offer a handshake unless you're being offered. Remember that you're the guest in this situation. When you enter, don't sit unless you're asked to do so. But on the other hand, you can even ask, may I sit down? So instead of just sitting down, you can ask if you can sit down. That's fine. It's okay to ask if you can sit down, but don't just enter and just grab a seat and sit down, because that in itself may also be a test. Make eye contact a few seconds at a time. So let's not be that you're staring at the person, but at least make eye contact and then smile and nod. We all know what is moderate. Don't slouch on the chair. Don't slouch, like don't relax on the chair and then put all your back on the chair and relax. No, your back should be on the chair, but you shouldn't be seen like you're using the chair as a lounge chair. And then don't roll the chair. This one is something that happened to me in an interview. And I mean, this candidate, I guess he was nervous. I believe he was nervous, but he kept turning the chair around. The office chairs that can roll. He just kept turning it around, even when he was told that stop doing that, you're even distracting the interviewer. But after a while, he will roll it again. So he will roll himself around on the chair. So those kind of things is a no-no. So keep your bag and your feet on the floor. This is both for male and female. Your back should be against the lower back of the chair. Pay close attention. You too, just as they are monitoring your non-verbal behavior, you too, you should be monitoring them. Listen, pay attention. That's why your phone should be on silent, not on vibrate, because on vibrate will still make noise for people to hear. It should be on silent or it should be switched off. An hour, an interview shouldn't last more than an hour. On the most interview last like for less time. So if you're offline for more than 1 hour, that's not a bad thing. And then you can be on silent, so you can always return your calls. Stay calm. It's okay to be nervous, but don't allow it to be in excess. If you're not sure what to do with your hands, place them on your lap so you can look comfortable. if you're the kind of person that likes talking, as in making gestures with your hand, when just be conscious of it so you don't do it in excess. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Before leaving the interview, be sure to give the interviewer another handshake if they offer. Remember, if they offer you a handshake, you shake. If they don't offer, you keep your hands to yourself. So on your way out, just the way you greet everybody when you were coming in, also greet everybody when you were coming, as when you're going out. Remember to thank them when you're leaving. Just thank them for your time and for meeting with you. Why do you need to thank them? Because let me give you an example. For me to have 2 candidates to interview, I would have had like 200 CVs. And out of that 200 CVs, I may have done tests for 20 to 25 people. And then after these 20 to 25 people, you may now have 3 or 4 people to interview. So you can see that from a pool of 200 or a pool of 100 and something, that's where you are being interviewed. So there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scene, even before it is your time for you get to the point where you are being interviewed. So, and try not to use slangs, everyday slangs. They are not official language. Like many people, when they are talking, they say things like stuffs, all the stuffs I have to do. That's like colloquial. It's spoken English, like spoken Nigerian English. That's not a formal way of speaking. So we have to be conscious of the way that we say things on the street or at home, that these things are not formal things to use in an interview. An interview is a formal environment. Let me give you an example of when you greet people when you're coming in. Or okay, I was in one of the places where I have worked. We had two people from the bank. Like I was in the branch office. They came to do you know how salespeople will come to markets for you to have accounts with them, or maybe for you to have, I think we already have an account with them, but they want you to maybe take some of their facilities, or just for you to do more business with the bank generally. So there's a manager for that branch whom they know. That's the person they came to market with. But that day, this happened in Port Harcourt, but that day our CEO came from the Lagos office to the Port Harcourt office. They don't know who this person is. And he came in. How is this story important? The CEO, when he entered the office, he was like, who are those 2 ladies at the reception? And then somebody, I think the person they came to see was like, oh, they are from so bank. They came to see this. They are the manager of the branch office. And he was like, really? So this lady are the people from our bank, so they cannot greet. So they don't know how to greet somebody. Make sure we don't do business with them. That was the verdict. Now, they did not come for an interview, but this is to show you things that can happen instant. Like, so they were there sitting to waiting for the person they want to see. Somebody walked in and nobody said hello to the person that walked in. And he was like, who are those people? Now, this may be, it may sound like, this is too harsh, but things like that happen. Because really, you don't know the person. What will it take you to say good morning to the person you met at the gate or the person you met at the reception? It doesn't really take much. The thing is that you don't even know who the person at the reception is. So you may be thinking, oh, this is a receptionist. That day, because of the interview, it might not be the receptionist that will be at the reception. So, but if we make a habit of being polite generally, we'll not fall into the trap when things like this happen. So I just gave that example. So you see how important little things are, and these little things can actually affect you. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Things that you shouldn't say during an interview. You don't need to say you hate your job. They say, hey, why do you want to leave your current employer? Say, my boss is a bad person. That's the worst boss ever. We'll be thinking, okay, if you're saying this concerning this one and you want to join us, who knows what you will say about us when you go to another employer or when you go outside. So there are so many reasons why you want to leave your current job to find another job. There is career progression. There is the experience that this new job offer is offering you. There is the fact that you like the work environment that you see in this new place. That's why you want to join them. There's also the fact that you like the impression that these people have, maybe the impression they have online, or you like their kind of work, you like their work environment. That's why you need to research about the company, because when you research, you have positive things to say about them. So even if you're coming from a toxic environment, you don't need to come and tell them, that place is toxic, that the people in that my former place, they are this and they are that. No, you don't need to badmouth anybody. You're leaving them, you're leaving them. Your career is about you. When you leave them, they have become part of your past. So really, you don't need to badmouth them. And then, you don't need to show any desperation like, I really need this job. Remember what I said in the earlier session? What you need to communicate to them is the value that you're bringing, not the, of course, you need the job, but that's not the what you want to put in front. What you want to put in front is that I want to do the job. I want to work with you. I'm bringing value to your team. That's it. So not like, even if you don't have a job, you need money. You cannot come and tell them, because I need money. And then, or maybe don't come and tell them you want to take a call. Remember, we already said your phone should be switched off or it should be on silent. Don't come and take any call, because if they scheduled you, it's not an emergency. If they scheduled you for the meeting, let's say the meeting is 2 o'clock, then you should assign that 2 o'clock to them if it's important to you. Because when you say you want to answer a call, it looks like what they are doing here is not important to you. Okay, and then when you are asked something, don't come and say it's on my resume. There are many reasons. So sometimes they ask you what is in your CV. Why? Not just because of information now. Sometimes we want to hear you speak, want to hear how you reason, want to hear how you think. Somebody might just be listening to you. They just want to know, okay. There are some jobs that require you to do a lot of talking on the job. So they might want to hear, okay, how do you talk? Does this person speak good English? Does this person think on his feet? Does this person, in terms of how does he reason? Is he a fast thinker? There are so many things that we will not know until we engage you. So sometimes when we ask you repetitively, it may just be that I just want to hear him talk. I just want to hear how he speaks. So they might be asking you a question on your CV, and you're thinking in your mind, why this were asking me this? Is there in front of them? But really, what the information they need is not the question on your CV. No, the information they need is that they want to hear you speak, and until you speak, they can't hear you speak. So there are so many things. And then even if they ask you what is in your CV, don't come and say it's in my CV. No, still respond to it as if the person doesn't have your CV with them. Just respond to them and have an interaction, because they invited you physically because of, because they want to interact with you. So let that interaction happen. And then saying you don't know. This is a problem if they're asking you something directly related to your skill or to the job that you have done previously. Now, if it's something totally new, it's okay to say that you don't know. Nobody knows it all. But if it's for something you have done before or something you should know, then saying I don't know is not a good thing. Okay. And then don't use swear words like we said before. Don't use slangs. Keep it professional. An interview is a professional environment. And then, even though there's nothing really wrong in saying you don't have questions, but you should have questions, because when you have questions, it shows that you're interested in them, to want to know more. It's when you are interested in something that you want to know more. So there should be something that you want to know about them. And really, if you have done a lot of research about them, there should be a question that came with maybe what you saw on the news about them, or what you saw on their website, or maybe as you came and you were observing the things that were happening there, you may have one or two questions that you would like to ask. And then don't come and ask them what they do in this company, because you should know that that's the basic thing that you should know. In fact, that's the first thing that you should know. That's the first thing that you should know. So if you don't know, you should find out that before that day. Like the website can tell you. Now, if it is a recruiter that is inviting you, that is like where recruitment companies, they recruit for their clients, you may not know. So, but when you now go for in cases like that, you do the recruiter interview before you now do the interview with the main company that is hiring. So in that case, you may not know really. So what you can do is that you can ask the recruiter. They may not answer you directly, because usually they don't want to disclose the identity of the client. So what you can ask them is, in what sector does this client work? Like, which sector is this client? So they will tell you whether this client is a bank, is an insurance company, is FMCG. So you just have an idea. That will prepare you for further research about the company and all. And then sometimes too, even before the interview, they may have given you this information. or maybe it's even in the advert. Our client, in the advert, they might say our client who is a manufacturer needs this so and so. So if they have already provided it, then you shouldn't be asking the question again. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, which is the tricky question of, it's very easy, but it's also very tricky. Like when they tell you to tell me about yourself, that's the easiest thing people ask in interviews, but also that's also the place where many people don't know how to respond. When somebody says, tell me about yourself, everything from that interview is strictly about the job that you have applied for, about the job that they are looking for somebody to fill. Nobody wants to know about your village. Nobody wants to know where you did your primary school. Nobody wants to know that, you know, that you're from a polygamous family, or that you're ninth child out of 11 children, or that your favorite color is purple. Nobody wants to know all of that. Tell me about yourself is about you, your skills, your qualifications, this job. How do you fit into this job? That is it. So everything you're talking about yourself has to be about that job, even though the question is open-ended. So my advice to people usually is, take your time. Okay, I'll give that as an assignment to everybody. Take your time, write, tell me about yourself, and try to become familiar with it. Don't memorize it, because when you memorize it, if you miss one line, you'll be stuck. So try to memorize, like get familiar with it, and then see that you can talk from the beginning or from any angle, so that whenever they ask you this question, it will flow ceaselessly. So it has to be work specific. Tell the person where you are now, what you have learned from your past work, and about what makes you, why do you want to join them. Then from the, at least the research you have done also will also let you know the kind of qualities they are looking for, so that you can highlight that aspect of your own skills. So let's say, for instance, they say they are looking for an accountant, or they're looking for a customer service person or digital marketer. Even if they do not put the requirements of the job, what you can do is to, like I said earlier, Google it. What are the responsibilities of a digital marketer? What are the responsibilities of a customer care rep? And then you see the responsibility, and then this responsibility or these qualities of the customer market, which one do I have? Have I done this before in my previous experiences? Okay, these qualities of a customer care rep, how many of them do I have? So depending on the one you have, those are the ones you try to highlight when you are talking about yourself, because really those are the qualities they are looking for. So you may not have maybe the 10 qualities you saw, but you have 5, and you speak about that 5, because that is what makes you suitable for that particular job. Okay, so don't dive into your life history. Like I said, the hiring manager doesn't want to hear about where you stay and all the long stories, and then, or maybe experiences that don't really matter to the job and all. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. We are almost rounding up so that we can take questions like we did in the other one. Okay, so the next one is about common interview questions, and so we're already on tell me about yourself. So here you leverage the research that you have done and the job description. So how do you match? What do you know about the company? This will help you to talk about. But really, when they say tell me about yourself, what you need to, if let's say you don't have an experience, that you're a fresh graduate, what did you study? You don't even need to mention secondary school now, because your secondary school is already in your CV. Nobody wants to ask about that. They just need to know that you have SSC, that's all. So you just start from the school you studied. What did you study and what you have done? What did you do while in school? Were you the SUG president? Were you the chairman of the election monitoring committee? Especially if you don't have experience, you can mention this so that it will show that, you have taken responsibility, even though they were, as an undergraduate. And then what did you do during your NYSC? And if you have experience, okay, what have you done? What was your role? What were you done? Did you achieve anything during that? That's what they want to know. And then how does all of this fit into what they're looking for? Is really what they're looking for, nothing else. And then after that, they'll now ask you other questions So what you do is that you highlight your good points. Did you receive any award? Did you achieve any outstanding? Were you employer of the month or year or all of that? During NYC, did you receive state award? All those kind of things are the things that you highlight. So, and then from what so just make it as short as possible. You shouldn't speak for more than 1 minute, really. So and then they will ask you questions from what you have said and also questions from your CV. Okay, so we move to the next one. They say, what is your greatest strength? Well, I think this is easy in a way, but also it might also be tricky because your strength, depending on what you say, can also be your weakness. Okay, so use this opportunity to showcase your qualities, especially those ones that match the role that you're interviewing for. So if the role requires somebody that has good listening skills, like if it's a customer service role, they require somebody with good listening skills. They require somebody that gives attention to details, or if the role requires somebody that have good conversation or interpersonal skills. Those are the things that you highlight as your strength. Your strength can also be your skills. Let's say there are skills you have. Maybe you have very good PowerPoint presentation skills, or you have very good Excel skills. That can also be a strength. So those are the things that you highlight. And then don't come and claim what you don't have. If you don't know something, you don't know it. Don't come and tell them you can speak French. Meanwhile, the thing that you can say in French is just the greeting and maybe the counting. You cannot make conversation in French, and then you come and say you know how to speak French. For you to say you know how to speak a language, it means that you can make conversation in that language. Don't come and say put French, and then when they now ask you, because really you don't know whether maybe the person knows how to speak French. You come and say you know how to speak French, and then the person wants to like, oh, you can speak French. Oh, they now speak 1 or 2 sentences to you. You are now looking. You cannot even converse. So that's one thing about this. Okay, so even though we say don't be too modest, but also don't be a Superman. Nobody knows it all. Even though you can be very good, but always leave room for improvement. For instance, if they ask you, let's say you have very good Excel skills, and they ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, rate yourself in Excel. Don't come and say 10 over 10. Because when you say 10 over 10, it means there's no room for improvement. But we all know that there's always room for improvement. You're not the one that built the Excel now. You're not the owner of the software. So how can you know it more than the person that built it? So you can't be 10 over 10. You can even be 9.5, but you can't be 10 over 10. So, and even if you're 10 over 10, it's always good to say you are 9. Oh, okay, I'm very good. I'm at expert level, but don't come and say that you're 10 over 10, because when you say 10 over 10, it means I know it all, and nobody really truly knows it all. Okay. Okay, and then if the strength you have is irrelevant, then really there's no need to mention it if it's not relevant. Okay, next slide is what is your weakness? What is your weakness? Really, sometimes it's not really about what you say. All these questions, they also have implications, both directly and indirectly. For instance, when I say what is your weakness, first of all, I want to find out if you're self-aware. Now, if you're self-aware, it means that you're humble. I want to find out, do you even recognize that you have a weakness? So recognizing the weakness is even the point of this question, not necessarily the weakness. So if you have a weakness, you can say it, but don't just say the weakness. Say it and say what you're doing to improve on it. So which example are we going to use now? Okay, so let's say your weakness is time management, for instance. Okay, just say, okay, that you're working on it, and that what you have learned to do to improve on it is that you're now making use of the alarm and reminders on your phone so that you can keep to deadline. So it is a weakness, yes, but you're doing something about it. So you don't just say that's who I am, that's how I am, and then you just have a weakness and not do anything. People believe that even though it's okay to have weakness, but you should be doing something to improve on it. You should not leave yourself the way you are. Okay, so that's it about having it. So there's really nothing to So when you get this question, what is a weakness? I say you don't have a weakness. You've already failed the question because really it's not about just the weakness, but it's about the fact that you acknowledge that you are not perfect. That in itself is a strength. Being able to acknowledge that I don't have all the strength. I still need improvement. That in itself is a strength. Yeah. So don't come and say that you don't have a weakness. Don't think you have answered the question when you say you don't have a weakness. The thing about all these questions is that have all the answers ready. Don't wait till you have the interview to be thinking about the answer. No, think about these things already. Have the answers ready so that any direction they ask you a question, you know how to answer. These questions here, these common interview questions, they are not even the main questions. These are just like questions that were used to, you know, to make up for the interaction time we want to have with you during that interview. So why do you want to work with us? You should know why you want to work with them. Okay, that's why you need to do research. Why do you want to work with them? Okay, maybe you don't have a job. Okay, maybe their line of product is in your career, the career path you want to pursue. Okay, maybe because you have a good impression about their team, maybe you like the kind of work they do. Maybe there's something about them on the news, and you feel that they are a corporate. They are a corporate corporately responsible. So maybe they have a CSR they are doing. The courses they are supporting things that you admire. So you want to work with them because you feel that they are a responsible company. So there are many reasons why you want to work. That is just because really, in the real sense of it, if every company can pay the same amount of money, it's not every company you want to work with. Think about it. So think about it that okay, if every company is paying the same amount, it's not all of them you want to work with because there are some that don't have a good impression. You don't have a good impression of them. So those ones that you have a good impression, there's something like okay, maybe because they have a young workforce, because you heard that their work environment is very flexible, or maybe you heard that they work remotely, or you heard that they have a hybrid work structure. There's something about them. So whatever the reason, just let them know. Or it can be because okay, this is a digital marketing organization and I have digital marketing skills. My career path aligns with the work that you do. That can also be it. So it can be any reason, but give them a reason when they ask. You cannot just say if you don't have a reason why you want to work with them, then why should they employ you? Okay, so the next one is why did you leave or why do you want to leave your current employer? I think we have answered this one before somehow. So there are reasons why you want to leave. You can want to leave. So if you have a reason you want to leave, you let them know. So if it's because you want a higher pay, there's nothing wrong with that. If it's because you want career progression or you want to further your career, or you feel that you want a more challenging environment, it could be anything. But remember that whatever your response is, another question can come from there. So make sure that whatever question or answer you are giving, you are able to like support it with further explanation when asked. So let it not be that you just want a generic answer. No, but let it be something that is coming from your heart, really. So even though these questions are generic kind of, they are questions that also we expect people to speak from their hearts. Really, when you speak from your heart, it's usually easier. Okay, so there are many reasons why you'll be leaving your job. I already mentioned that it can be for your career. It can also be because you like this new company, you want to join them. So it can also be because you want to further your career. Okay, so the other one is where do you see yourself in 5 years, or this can also be like it might not be in 5 years. They may not ask you in terms of years. They might just say, what are your career goals or what are your career aspirations? So this is just about, are you even thinking of yourself as a project? Do you even take yourself seriously? That's what this question is about. So if I ask you where you see yourself and you cannot answer it, it means that you are just flowing with the wind. Like you just want this job for because that's what is available. That means you don't even have any career path that you're pursuing. You don't even have, you don't even have plan for yourself. So you should have plan for yourself. Yes, you might at this point, let's say you don't have a job yet, you might be open to do any job that as in the one that you see, so that at least you can be earning something. But then you should also have a career path so that even when you, let's say you want to do digital marketing, but the work that that is available is maybe for an admin assistant, for instance. So they may not be directly what you want, or you already have a path so that even when they ask you, you know what you want. Okay, well, that this is the path you want to. So and then you're building yourself, your skills that you're learning and the trainings that you have in your CV should also be in line with what these things, as in the thing that you want to say, you want to aspire to. Because when you're telling me you want to be, let's say I'm seeing that you have masters medicine, BSc, you already have MBBS, you're already a medical doctor, and then you're applying for digital marketing role. I need to see the connection. I need to see the connection. Or let's say you studied accounting, and then when I ask you for your career goal, you should be able to tell me why you studied accounting, and then your career goal is that you want to be a digital marketer. It's not like it's not possible, but you should be able to explain to me why and convincingly why that is so. So let it not just be somebody's mic is on. Please, can you put off your mic so that we don't get the background noise? Okay, so the next one is how much you want to earn. Okay. Bukola, please, can we switch the mic of this person? Who is that here? Can you? Abdulaziz Abdul Malik is the person whose mic is on. There's so much noise in the background. Okay, so when we come to the next one of how much you want to earn, the easiest thing is to put a range, don't put a figure. So even if you want to earn 200,000, don't come and say 200,000. Say between, you put an amount to this amount. So it can be between 200 and 250, it can be between 150 and 200. So always put an amount because really it's easier, especially when you don't know the amount for the job. It's usually better to put an amount, to put a range that you would want. But if you have in your research, you also need to check what are they paying in this company for this role. So if you have an idea, you can use that for your range. If you have an idea of what they pay for that role, let's say for instance, you know that for the person in this role, they are paying maybe 150 for this role. So you can make 150 your base and say, okay, oh, my expectation is between 150 and 200, even though you know that it's 150 they are paying. You understand? So, but if you don't know, like somebody was asking earlier, if it's a physical interview and you are fresh, you don't have any experience, and you want to say they should use the organizational structure, that's still fine. But sometimes when you say that, they will ask you and want to know a figure. It's not just because they want to pay you what you say, but they just want to know what value do you place on yourself? Do you even know your value or your worth? Sometimes that's also what information that we can get out from this question. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. The next slide is about the questions you can ask at the end of the interview. So please, I always have a question to ask. Have a question to ask. So if you do a thorough research about the company, you can always find one or two things, or maybe you can find them in the company news about them. The company on the news, how have they appeared on the news previously? And then question, it might not even be a question, it can be a comment. If they say, do you have any question? Let's say you don't have a question, but let it not be that you don't have anything to say. Even if you don't have a question, you can have a comment. So you can have a comment about, oh, okay, I don't have a question, but I have a comment about something. So you can have a comment. So let's say, for instance, that you notice that they did a program where they maybe supported a secondary school, or they supported a hospital that you saw the company did some CSR. So you can say, okay, I don't have a question, but I just want to mention that I saw on the news where you gave scholarship to undergraduate that you think is a very laudable project and you admire that project and you really want to mention it, that it's one of the reasons why you would like to join the team, because you feel they are a responsible company. Now, you haven't asked them a question, but you have shown them that you're interested in them, that you have researched about them, and that you know enough about them to want to align your goals with them. That's what that shows. So even though you don't have a question, have something to say, as I have a comment. So you can say, oh, I don't have a question, but I just want to say something. And then, but if you have a question, please do have a question. Ask your question and they will answer you. But please let the question not come and be, what do you guys do? No, you should know what you do. That's not the kind of question you should ask them. You can also ask them, okay, if they do anything for corporate social responsibility or anything. It can be anything. Okay, so we have some questions on the screen. What are the company's plans for growth and development? This one is a bit technical. Sometimes if the questions are require deep information, they might not be able to answer you because they don't want to. You're not part of the company yet, so there might be some information they might not be able to give you. Okay, how will somebody, like the one that is the third question, how will you outperform? This question has been overflogged. People are always asking it. So if you have other questions to ask, I will say ask other questions and not this one, because people are always asking how do you overperform in this company. People are always asking that. So to be good if you have other questions to ask, maybe about their vision or about something about them really, that shows how that you're interested in them and you have really researched about them. You can even ask them about the challenges that they face with their competitors. Okay, so the next one is about when you, after the interview, write a follow-up. Just write an email thanking them for their time. It doesn't have to be elaborate. So you just thank them and still, show them that you're still interested in the role. Just highlighting, you can just mention a few of the things that you discussed, that discussing about this has also shown you, how the value of the company align with your personal value, and you're really open and looking forward to working with their team. So these are the kind of things that you write. So the thank you or follow-up letter. So if you want to write a thank you note, just do it immediately after the interview, like the same day. If you want to do a thank you note, do it the same day of the interview. Follow up, you can do follow up later. Let's say they don't get back to you after 1 week or so, you can just do a follow up. But for thank you, you can just, and then during the interview, it's also good for you to ask them how soon can they respond? As in, how soon can you get a response from them after the interview, so that you know how soon you can send the follow-up letters. So some people can get back to you in 24 hours, some people in 1 week, some people in 2 weeks, some people even in a month. Some people you might have forgotten that you did because their internal processes might be different than what you expect. So it will be good for you to find out, okay, how soon should I expect a response? So it's better for you to get a response, whether it's positive or negative. At least, even if they say they are not taking you again, you know that, okay, this door is closed, you face the other ones. So then if for instance, they gave you 2 weeks, and then after 2 weeks, you can now do a follow-up. But if they said they will get back to you next week, you now know what to do. Okay, so I think that's the end of this session. So ask your questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would ask if you have any question, kindly use the raise hand button, please. If you have question. Okay, Atinuke Adewale, can you ask your question?
Okay, thank you very much, Ma. I really appreciate from
You're
the CV
welcome.
writing to the interview. So here, I think I have a problem. I don't know if I'm to call it a problem or personally I'm the problem. So I've been a customer service representative for like 3 years. So I resigned recently, and I resigned based on salary, on payment and all. So after then, I've been doing lots of interviews, and I've gotten like 2 feedbacks that I really think I have issue there. The first one is I had an interview with a company. I went through the first stage, the second stage, and the third stage. the lady said to me like, okay, you actually answered all my question very well. Like, I really appreciate, but I'm not really getting that vibe from you. And I'm like, in my own mind, though I didn't ask her like what kind of vibe is she expecting. It's not like I wasn't smiling because my job required me to do all that. And that was how that one went. Then the second one was with Kuda. I also went through a lot of stage, and at the last stage, they said they will get back to me. So I have someone in there. When I didn't get any feedback from there, I had to call the lady that can she help me to find out what the problem is. And she said she met with the three people that interviewed me, and they're like, though she did well, but that vibe is not really there. So I want to actually understand from HR perspective, what kind of vibe is it that I'm not really putting out there? Thank you.
No problem. Okay, the thing is that vibe really is vague. When you say vibe can mean a lot of things. So I would have said when you had the opportunity of the person that said vibe, you should clarify, especially when somebody gives you feedback, what they mean by, they should just give you like an example of what you did that showed them that you did not have the vibe. So vibe, if I want to just say like from what I think, which may or may not be what they mean. So it may be that they don't see enthusiasm, like as in maybe you're not showing someone who is enthusiastic about the job. Maybe they expect somebody who is lively. Maybe they feel that you are a bit too quiet. But this is all assumption because they really didn't say what it is. I'm assuming that based on the fact that it is a customer service role, maybe they feel like you're a bit too quiet or a bit too calm. I want to assume, since they said vibe and we are just guessing now. So I really, if that is your personality, the only thing you can do is to improve on it. It's not something you force. You understand? So if what they are looking for is somebody who is depending on now, in customer service also depends on the product. It also depends on the solution now. So if the solution requires somebody who is lively, somebody who cracks jokes and all of that, if that is what is required and they see a quiet person, they may not take the person, not because of skill. Like when I was talking in the morning, I said there's skill fit, there's character fit, there's also person fit. So this one now is person fit that is the issue. So they feel that even though this person has the skill and the character, they feel that this person does not fit. So it's more like the person's personality. So, but I also would like to say that every job is not your job, really. So just like this person is saying you don't have, they are not seeing the vibe, you see somebody that won't even notice whether there's vibe or not.
All right,
Any
thank
other
you very
question?
much, ma'am.
Adebayo.
Good afternoon, Ma.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead with your question.
Adebayo, you are muted. Unmute your mic so we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, Ma. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, Ma.
Yes,
Yes,
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, the question is, there's a part where that the company either asks or the HR asks, like in the next 5 years, where do you see yourself? So, like, I don't really know, maybe because of information I've been hearing before, which I think I should unlearn now, that that the company most of the time expect us to be with them, maybe in the next 5 years for the future, to see if we will be stable or if we'll be able to work with them. So that is the part that's not really clear to me. So because I think you talk more on our own um, personal development or personal interest
Yeah,
later
because
on.
the question is, where do you see yourself? The question is for you, not the company. Of course, the company would want you to, if possible, stay with them for the next 5 years. So if there's a way you can answer it in a such a way that shows that of course you want to be there. So you can, even though, let's say for instance, you want to acquire, let's say you are a software developer, for instance, and you want to specialize in back end, or no, maybe you are a back end developer. I want to be a full stack developer. And so you can tell them, okay, in the next 5 years, I hope to, my aspiration or my goal is to be a full stack. Now I'm in back end. With time, I want to learn this and learn this in front end. And then hopefully that if I'm with this company, I would like to be managing a team by that time. You understand? You can mention that if you feel that you want to include them in your plan. But really, that question is for you. Where do you see yourself? But if you want to, you can also say, okay, that okay, I want to be a full stack developer in the next 5 years. I'm already doing this, I'm doing that in line with that my goal. And then if I'm the successful candidate, I would like to also be in the team. By that time, I see myself being a team lead or a supervisor or a manager or something. So that way, because really, whether you say that or not, it doesn't mean that
Okay,
in the
man.
next
Thank
five
you.
years, in reality, you may or may not be there. You understand? In reality, you may not be there, but what is more important is that you have a plan. We just want to know if you have a plan for your own career. So that's it. Next question. People, okay, we can also type like we did the other time, so it will be easier for me to
Oh,
just.
okay. Richard, you can ask your
Yes.
question.
Thank you, Ma, for this section.
You
I have a question. I want to share my experience. I
Okay.
applied to a company, Life Mates Furniture, and at the end of the interview, I was asked the salary range. I
Okay.
told the person, I said 100 to 150, and then there was this argument and something like he was trying to persuade me that what of if the company can afford 100? Then I like he's trying to tell me, like telling me to reduce the. So okay, I just gave him. I told him something 85, and then at the end of the day, I was offered the role. Yes, but the salary was very low. And what I did, I replied the mail, but I told them what I actually want, the salary range I was looking at. Because even the salary, what I mentioned to them it wasn't even in that range, the main salary. So I told them, I replied the mail and I told them that this is what I'm expecting. I know I can do the job and something like that, giving them assurance. But I was disappointed. And I observed something like, for instance, in a role, admin assistant, if when I see admin assistant, that's job advert. Well, what I notice is that sometimes the role that is stated in the description is not really the normal general thing we know. Like for instance, normally admin assistants, they are supposed to, have this, the role they are supposed to perform is normal office administration and the rest. But sometimes there's something more to it, depending on the sector or the company. So that's what I observe. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So every job has something more to it. If you notice in job advert, they'll say and any other responsibilities, even in when they give you an offer. There's always something else that is added to the job that may not be part of the everyday work. That's fine. Now, in the first observation, he said that that's a a life experience. We also need to understand that it's not every offer we accept. If an offer is below what you can accept, you don't need to accept. You can politely decline an offer first, because really what we all need to do, that even as you're looking for a job now, you need to write your daily expense, do the mathematics. If the job is in VI and you stay in Ikorodu, you need to know how much does it take you to go to VI. If you're to go to VI every day for 1 month, you need to add that and all your expenses. That will help you to know the minimum you can take for any job if that job is in VI. It's also possible that if that job is in Ikeja and you stay in Ikorodu, you might take lower because the transport fare will reduce. So these are the things that we also, and then just like we mentioned in the other class, yes, some jobs might have budget, but really is what the company can afford that they will pay you. So even if you say, let's say you say you want 100, 150, and the job is for 50, they will still offer you 50. But the thing is that if they offer you 50, you must not take it. That's not the only job there is. Even though, yes, that's an offer, but you don't have to take it if it doesn't meet your basic requirement. Because really, there's no need taking a job that even the amount cannot cover for your transport. So that's why you should be, when you are doing applications, to be doing several applications every day, so that when you see one that meets all the boxes, you know when to accept that one. I can see that there are some charts. You say, I observed that one of my weaknesses is not being
Thank you, ma'am.
overexcited. You're welcome. At all about things. Well, it is a weakness if it's affecting you, is a weakness, because really what you might be coming overexcited. That means you have to consciously show excitement. Because if you are accepted that you don't show excitement at all, it means that you have to consciously show excitement. And mind you that when you are consciously showing excitement, the one that you think you're overdoing, you might be doing the minimum because it doesn't come natural to you. So you have to actually consciously show excitement. Okay, say also you made mention of being polite at a professional level. Does it mean when you don't greet someone, you're rude within or outside a professional setting? There are other things I believe one can do by action. Well, this is Africa. We even though things are being urbanized, but Africa is basically a community. We have a community lifestyle. We greet people. You don't need to know people to greet them. That's part of our culture, really. You greet people when you enter there. If you enter a room, if you enter a room and you meet people there, you have to greet them. If you are the one sitting down and somebody enters, greet. So there's really nothing greeting. You don't need to, it's something that you do without. It doesn't cost you anything to greet people, because about these things. You may not be rude, but it's about impression. It's about the impression that you're creating. And they say impression is stronger than reality. No, perception is stronger than reality. So really, that's the impression that you're creating, and that's the impression. They don't know you, they haven't interacted with you. So it's based on their impression of you that they make judgments. So if you enter a place and you don't greet, it's not proper now. Even in the African setting, you're supposed to greet everybody ordinarily in the African setting. And we are still in Africa, really. So if you enter a place, if you're invited for an interview, start from the gate, start greeting everybody. It doesn't do anything to just say good morning and pass and good afternoon and all of that, or say thank you. It doesn't cost much to do. And then if you make it a habit of you, as a part of everyday life, you see that it comes natural to you. It's really not complicated to just greet. Okay, I went for an interview for an ICT company. From the posting, it was stated is a graduate trainee. After I got a feedback from them that they love the value I'm placing on myself, but I don't have the required experience. My question is, graduate trainee, what was the experience needed? Well, they are the ones that will decide the experience needed, really. It's the person that owns the job that requires whether experience is needed. Sometimes graduate trainee, some people like in banks, graduate trainee is done general. Like when they say graduate trainee, they can put you anywhere, which means no experience is needed. Now, in some companies, their graduate trainee is specific, so they need some level of skill and experience. Let's say a software development company, they need graduate trainee. It means that they need people who are in the software line. So is that you have a background in computer science or information technology, or you have some skills, even if it's Microsoft skills, or you have some web development or app development, or you understand what I mean. So it depends on the owner of the job determines whether you need skill or experience. So if their graduate trainee needs experience, then that's what it is. And some people in their graduate trainee, some people's graduate training is management training. So when they call it management training, it means that they are training these people for management. Maybe they want to train these people for 2 years or 3 years, and after that, they push them. So if it's management training, they need experience because these people are, they want to give them like a crash course to management. I know sometimes banks also do that. So if there are some level of skills that is required, even though it is a graduate training position. So even though graduate trainee sounds like, it doesn't mean that anybody. Just like now, if I'm looking for a graduate trainee for software developer, I can't take anybody because the person is a graduate. It has to be somebody in line with what I'm looking for. And then if I have 10 people who have maybe computer science or computer engineering background, and I need just 2, then the criteria I will now have to use is who, apart from getting the degree, who are now doing something already. Are they trying their hand? Have they done any freelancing? Have they tried their hands on something that shows me that really they are interested and this is their career path? We all know that there are people who've studied law, they are doing customer service, they're not in the court. So that somebody studies computer science doesn't mean that he must be working in that line. So, but they need to know that really this is your career path so that it's not after they finish training you, you now decide that you want to go and be doing something else. So that's because it really costs them money and time to train you. Okay, with reference to the question where I see myself in 5 years, for instance, what if the company needs a long-time employer and I have plans in leaving the company before 5 years to start mine? Do I still need to divulge all this? No, you don't need to tell them that you're leaving, but you still need them. You need to tell them where you see yourself in 5 years. You don't need to say, okay, in 5 years, I want to start. You can tell them that you want to start your own in sometime in the future. Sometime in the future can be any time. So you don't have to tell them in 5 years' time, I want to start my own company. No, you can tell them, okay, I would like to own, like some people will say, okay, I'd like to own a restaurant sometime in the future. Those are plan of things that you want to do in the future. Really, it doesn't mean that it will happen in 5 years. It also doesn't mean that even if you tell them your 5 years plan, it doesn't mean that you'll still be there in 5 years. In that 5 years, you might decide to leave, and they might even want you to leave. It can be both ways. Remember that the company can also sack somebody. If I'm being asked to describe myself using 3 words, how do I describe myself? You should sit down and answer that question now before you see that question. How do you describe yourself? Is what kind of words do people use to describe you ordinarily? Those are the kind of words. So do people see you as calm? Do people see you as creative? Those are the kind of description they want in 3 words. So what do people say about you? Do people say you are energetic or trustworthy person? So what do people say about you? Those are the kind of, just choose 3 of them and then you'll be able to answer this question. But these are the kind of things that you should know ahead of time so that once they ask it, you answer, you don't think about it too much. Okay, what's the next one? I went for an interview scheduled for 2 and I got there like 12. The receptionist gave an impression that I should hang around and only come in exactly the stated time. Okay, so 2 hours is actually a lot of time. It's good to come early for an interview, but what happens is that they may have other people scheduled for the time and they may not have enough space for, I don't know the case here, but I'm just assuming they may not have enough space for people to sit. So let's say they have people scheduled for 12 or people scheduled for 1. If they give you a seat, that means the person scheduled for 1 won't have a place to sit. And then another thing that happens, there's a psychological feeling or a psychological anxiety that comes when people are waiting for you. So I'm sure the reception does not want to feel that, like, even though they are not the ones keeping you waiting, they feel like they are keeping you waiting. You understand? So they don't want to be anxious. That's why, because when you sit there in the reception, they after a while they start feeling uncomfortable. This person has been sitting here for 2 hours, even though they are not the ones that made you to sit for 2 hours. So, but 30 minutes early, 5, 10 minutes early is okay. 2 hours is not so bad though, because it's Lagos. Because if you say you want to leave your house any other time, you might not be able to. However, what you can do, what I will do in this situation is that if I've had a time when I was looking for a job, I think maybe the job was maybe like 11 o'clock and I was already there by 8. Why? Because I did not want traffic to affect me. But I didn't enter the company. What I did is I just looked for a fast food that was close by and just went there to sit down. And when it was 30 minutes to the time, I entered the place. So you can also do that, because really it was your decision to come extra early. Your intention is not to come and give them anxiety, but your staying there actually gives them anxiety. Yeah, when somebody is waiting for you, and especially for a receptionist that their job is to, you know, answer to people and, you know, not keep people waiting. Seeing you wait there will make her feel uncomfortable. I want to believe that that's her reason. In a situation whereby the interviewer asks to tell them what you have in your CV, do I start with my name, state of origin? You don't need state of origin, we've already said it. And am I also to tell them description of my previous job? Yes, you need to tell them description of your previous job. Yes, you need to tell them about your job. The things in your CV. So what you need to do is to you now start from the beginning of your work. Okay, so you can still say your name. It's okay to say your name if you want to, but if they have already asked you what is your name, or maybe they have already you people have already done introduction, there's no need to start with your name again. So just say, start from, I graduated from so and so university, or I studied so and so course in this university. I have 5 years experience. I started my career working with, you start, but now because you're describing, you have to start from the first one. Now you don't go backwards. You start from the beginning of your career and then just take them. Okay, I was admin officer in this role. As my role as admin officer, I used to do this and do that. In this role, this is what I achieved after working here for 3 years. The next place I worked was this company, and then like that, and then you take them through your CV. So that's fine if that is what they request for, because sometimes they have the CV, so it's not really about the information. Remember what I said initially, they just want to hear you speak. So sometimes it may not even be that you're giving them any new information. Maybe sometimes they will just want to interact with you. Sometimes I feel like as they're throwing questions at you, they want to see how do you respond to difficult situations when you're under pressure. What they are also listening to what you're saying, but they're also listening to your body language and to the gestures that you're making. Is it equal to say that an interview is more or less like a mind-to-mind game? Well, you can say that it's a mind-to-mind game. Why? You can say that even though it's not a mind-to-mind game per se, but remember that they have a role they want to recruit for. They have many people that say they can do this thing. They don't know who it is. They don't know who is the right fit. So they're just talking to everyone to see what impression am I getting, and then who do I think fit into this role. So even though it's a mind to mind, but the why I won't say it's a mind to mind, because you're not trying to outsmart somebody. You're just trying to show that this is a value I can bring to your team, and they too are looking for who has the highest value amongst these people. So the thing is that, just like we said earlier, it's not just about the skill. So there's a skill fit, there's a character fit, and then there's a person fit. So it's possible that somebody has the skill fit and doesn't have the character fit. So you can have the skill, you have this character, and you don't have the person. You can have the person, you don't have the skill, or you don't have the character. So those are all the things that they are looking for, to see where how you fit into this role. So it's not really like seeing it as a game, but it's more like the fact that we are looking for who is the best man for this role, is what they are looking for. Because if you see it as a mind game, it means that you can even trick them or outsmart them. But the issue now is not to outsmart them, but to show them, yes, that you can do this, just like you have said that you can. So that's because really, if they employ you and they find out that you just outsmarted them, that you cannot do it, they can still tell you to go. Okay, in line with the question stated earlier, I'm a front-end developer, UI, UX designer. These are skills I developed myself, but my field of study in school is telecommunication. Okay, the organization deals with cloud computing, networking. Is there an experience needed since I've not done or have an experience in that sector? The thing is that you need to ask yourself, where is the career path I want to follow so that you can get skills in that area? Okay, well, your field is telecommunication, but you also have front-end development skills, you have UI, UX design skills. Where when you add up that together, where do you want to be? What do you want to be? Where do you want to specialize? What do you want to be an expert in? Is the question now. So it's not just gathering skills. Like these skills are all related, and it's good that you're getting them. But where do you want to build your strengths in terms of your career? You have front end, you want to be a front end because front end and UI design are related, yes, with your telecom. So is it you want to be a front end guru? If that is what you want to do, then you focus on that and become a front end guru. If what you want to do is to become a back end or full stack, but you need to know where do I want to be, so that in that place you build your strength in that place. And if you build your strength in that place, people will be looking for you because your work will be speaking for you. So you need to decide so that when they now ask you the question of where do you see yourself, then you already, or what's your career goal? And you know that what I want to be a front end expert. In the next 5 years, I want to, it can be okay that when they are talking about front end experts in Lagos, I want to be among them. As in, that's my, and then you need to know who are the front end experts in that sector. Who are the people? Okay, you can say, okay, you can mention the name of the person. I want to be like this person. I follow him on social media. You know, those are the kind of things I know. Okay, this person actually has a plan and a direction in their career. If you haven't done a paid job before and you have experience and skill, how do you get employers pay you based on your value? Since most of them have salary scale. If you have not done paid job but you have experience, you show the experience now. You need to show because maybe you have done something, but you did it maybe voluntarily or you did it for a family business. Your skill is your skill, whether it was paid for or it was free. The skill is so you need to show the value. You need to show them that they need to see it. If they see it, they will pay for it. It doesn't even matter whether you have paid the employment or not. If they see the value you're bringing, they will pay for it. And then another thing I would like to mention also is that if you don't have a job at all, and you don't have there's many people that don't have a job, but at least they have a lot of support from their family, free house, free food, free expenses and all. That person's zeal in getting a job is different from another person that don't have that kind of support. So if you know your own background, where you're coming from, then you know whether you can insist on getting the job that's in the salary range that you want. Now, if you have the support, it means that you're really not desperate. But then time will be passing. And as time is passing, people are still asking for experience, and they're counting from when you graduated or from when you did your youth service. So sometimes that's why I say people should do their own financial analysis and know what's the minimum that they can survive with in a month. So that in case if you check and you're not seeing the ideal job that you want, you can take something that can pay your bill and use that one and trade money for experience. So you can sometimes you can do trade-off. You can trade off money for experience. So if for instance I can get the experience in this place, but the money is not there, I can say, okay, let me get that experience. As long as that money can pay my basic bills, at least even if I don't have extra by the end of the month, it can support me, my basic supplies, transport, feeding and all. The money is not much, but let me do this work for 6 months or for 1 year, gather the experience that I will now use to get that job that is paying me well. Because if you wait for another year for that job that will pay you well, by the time you get to that one is the same what I've been doing in the last 1 year. But the last 1 year is what you would have used to trade off. So sometimes you have to check. Yes, it's not all situations that are ideal. Sometimes you might have to even do 2 years of trading off before. But the thing is that by the time if you have solid 2 years experience, you can pick and choose. Once you have solid 2 years experience, you can actually choose your pay range. And again, if you're currently employed and you're looking for work, it's easier than if you're at home and you have bills to pay. So even though it's not good to show desperation, but just know what your bottom line is in terms of salary, and then do the trade-off. But don't do a trade-off that doesn't pay. Like, you have to trade off something that at least covers all the expenses. The trade-off has to cover the expenses, because you cannot do doing a job and be borrowing to come to the job. No, you have to do the job, at least has to pay for itself. Okay, this one is saying, if you haven't done a page, okay, I've answered it. Look, I think I've answered everything. Do you have any? Is there any other person that wants to post or speak?
No, there's no other question at all. Now you did wonderfully. You've done a good justice.
Hold on now.
Thank
For the
you.
session.
I think somebody posted something now. I can't see it. I'm seeing that somebody posted something, but I really can't see it.
Okay, Emma. Yeah, the message is job well done, ma. Thank you so much, ma.
Oh, okay. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have someone, Chizobam. Kindly
Okay.
ask your question.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I won't say, okay, it's kind of a question somehow, but it's not fully relating to what we did today.
Yeah, go ahead.
My question is about, thank you, ma'am. My question is about the interview thing. I want to know, is it almost similar to the same interview questions you ask for jobs? Is it almost similar to the same questions they ask for all these appointment interview and all these things? Like, from the part where you're talking about sending a letter, a thank you letter and all of that, is it almost the same way? Like the rules of interviews, does it apply to other ways, other interviews aside job interview?
Like other interview, just I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Other job interviews.
Aside from job interview, I'm talking about this traveling interview and all of that.
Okay, they are not really the same. They are not the same, because when you are traveling, it's a service that they are giving you. So if you go for, let's say you go for a visa interview, you don't really need to respond, because after the interview, they get back to you whether you have the visa or not. So it's not the same in terms of visa. Or are there any other kind of interview? However, if you receive your visa and you feel that you want to send them a thank you mail, that's fine, but it's optional, really. It doesn't affect you in any way whether you send the mail or not. It doesn't really affect you in any way.
And we have Adebayo. Please, this will be the last question for this session. Adebayo, kindly unmute your mic and ask the question.
Good afternoon, and thank you for all you've impacted so far. My own is a kind of request. I don't know if you will grant that. Hello, ma'am.
You have to ask now before you know if it will be granted. Okay. I'm listening. Okay. I say go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. I actually want you to read my own personal CV. I have a CV and cover letter, but I want you to, maybe I can send it to you. Maybe if it's possible, if to just know where I'm getting it wrong or something. Because
the issue with that is that if I proofread it for you, if I proofread it for you, it means that you haven't learned something today. So my what I would advise is that you can share it with any other person that was as in the people on this call, so that you can proofread for somebody while another person proofreads for you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? As in, I want to advise that you get any of your colleagues to proofread.
After making adjustments. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. I think I can see there's a chat. There's a chat. What if you are a lively interviewee and you notice the interviewer is crying? As the kind of personality you now possess, you try to cheer the interviewer. It's not your job to cheer anybody up, but when you go for interview, please don't try to cheer anybody up, because you don't even know if him being cranky is part of the interview. Just be as polite as you can. If there's humor in what you say, no problem. But don't go out of your way to cheer him up. That's not your job. You don't know the reason why he's uptight or cranky. You don't know. But just be as cheerful as you can and answer your questions politely. That's all. But don't take it upon yourself, as in it's not your job to cheer him up or her up. But be as cheerful as you can. Maybe your cheerfulness might rub off on him, but you don't have to like directly try home to cheer him up, because you don't know the origin of that
Hello.
crankiness. Yes. Somebody is saying hello.
No, I think it's a mistake.
Okay, I'm seeing all the thank you that you're saying. Okay, you're all welcome. I'm glad that you enjoyed
Thank
this
you
session.
very much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Session indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm glad that you got value.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma. So this brings us to the end of today's session.
Okay.
I can see that we had a very insightful session with Miss Inoni. She has done justice to CV writing, cover letter, and interview skills. So for today, this is the end of today's session. Tomorrow we'll be talking about job hunting strategy, and problem solving and decision making. Problem solving and critical decision making.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can I log off now?
Yes, ma. Yes, ma. Yes, ma. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye.
Bye, ma. Thank you
so much, ma.
Okay, bye.
So tomorrow we'll be talking about job hunting strategy and problem solving and decision making. That's our topic tomorrow. The session will be starting 11, but we have to converge here by 10:30 as usual. But before we go, I want everyone to kindly go back to the feedback form and fill this class, the interview session. Just fill for your feedback on interview session. And for those who have not filled for the first session in the morning, CV writing and cover letter, please kindly do so. Kindly do so before tomorrow. I'm going to share the training slide with us. I'll send it on the group for anyone to scan through and go through. If you have anything you want to, I'll kindly send it on the group for us all. Please, let's go back to the feedback form and fill our feedbacks for today's courses. And please, for those who have not filled the training policy, please kindly do so. Friday is here already. Kindly do so. Please kindly do so. I'm imploring everybody to please kindly do so. We all can see that for the participants, we are having 30 to 40 participants out of 102. So we have a lot to do, and it is so obvious that some people are not joining the meeting. So at the end of the day, when some people are graduating and some are not graduating, it's not that somebody in the village is doing them or something. It's due to their negligence in one way or the other. So thank you very much for your time today. I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, 10:30 a.m. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day ahead. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you. The class is